gentlemen, boys and girls, students of all ages, this is the Toyota Gazoo Racing Velocity Esports Championship 2019, brought to you by UMW Toyota Malaysia and Co. Esports. It is going to be 70,000 ringgit prize pool that's up for grabs. It is racing!
Our Crossline having a very good start there. He's going to be starting on the front of the grid right now, pushing towards the end there. They're going to have to break hard.
They're going to be cutting it close to Toronto, but it looks like he's going to do it. It's not good. No! Will he be able to make it though? He still has the 0.1 seconds. He will come across the line. Will he make it? No!
He lost it, man.
657 total racers have fought against each other, and now it's time to separate the chaff from the wheat, and it's going to be something of an interesting day.
Sounding these five will potentially be your grand finalists. What a race to the going to the end! Our win was able to get second place based on the slowdown from behind.
Toyota, all about the drive.
gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, this is the Toyota Gazoo Racing Velocity. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, this is the Toyota Gazoo Racing Velocity Esports Championship 2019, brought to you by UNW Toyota Malaysia and Esports.
It is going to be 70,000 ringgit prize pool that's up for grabs.
It is racing!
Our cross line having a very good start there. He's going to be starting on the front of the grid right now, pushing towards the end there. They're going to have to break hard.
They're going to be gutting it quarter to quarter, but it looks like he's going to win this contest. No! Will he be able to make it though? He still has the 0.1 seconds. He will come across the line. Will he make it? No!
He lost it, man.
657 total racers have fought against each other, and now it's time to separate the chaff from the wheat, and it's going to be something of an interesting day.
These five will potentially be your grand finalists! Going up alongside your Habibah, Hakimah, I know he is! He's going for it! He's going for the win here, but no! He's going to go for the level of the retire! What a race, and it's going to the end!
Toyota, all about the drive.
Ladies and gentlemen, greetings and welcome to one of the biggest racing simulation event in Malaysia. Greetings and welcome to the Toyota Gazoo Racing Velocity Esports Championship 2020. Yes, sir, we are back again, and this time it is going to be day 2, or should I say the final day of the championship itself. And now this event is proudly brought to you and orchestrated by the Toyota Gazoo Racing Malaysia. Now, before we kickstart things off, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Muhammad Farouk, you guys can call me Flavor, and I'll be your MC and host for this amazing event. Now, for those who do not know this, open for participants from all around the country itself, we kick-started our event with having 720 races from all around the countries. And from the 720 participants, the 20 fastest drivers move forward to the semi-finals. We have just concluded yesterday on the 26th of September 2020. And of course, after the gruesome races, after 4 gruesome races from all these amazing participants, we have decided on the top 10 races for the day, which will be featured on today. Itself on the grand finals, where they'll be battling out wheel to wheel in 4 amazing races. And of course, in the end of the day, we'll be crowning the winner and champion of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Velocity Esports Championship 2020. But it does not stop right there. Now, the winner and champion of this championship will be representing Malaysia and raise his flags in the upcoming GT Supra Cup. Asia Pacific regional qualifiers, where they'll be competing against Asia's best of the best of the best. Now, this is all going to be happening right before we proceed on to the global finals. And of course, I just want to say thank you so much to our pro sponsors and partners right here. We have from Toyo Tyres, Denso, and of course we have Toyota Racing Development. Of course, we want to say thank you so much to our pro partners we have right here. We have from NK, Drive Energy Drink, and Motis. And of course, just to be on the safe precaution side, so we just want to highlight that all our invited guests we have for today, our top 10 grand finalists, we also have our 10 celebrities that's invited for exhibition race, and all together with some other 10 amazing guests to be joining us for exhibition matches. Together, production crew and talents will be following strict SOP guidelines and social distancing between each other to ensure safety at all times. And of course, we just want to say all the best to all our drivers for today right here, because we'll be all of them will be competing for a prize pool of 70,000 Malaysian ringgit, where our first place winner and champion will be representing, will be bringing back home with 20,000 Malaysia ringgit. Now, before we kickstart things off, we're going to be showing you in the introduction video right here for the Toyota Gazoo Racing Velocity Esports Championship 2020. Let's have a look at it.
Those glasses, love it. Epic.
And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, sim racing fans from across Malaysia. This is one of Malaysia's biggest racing simulation event, the Toyota Gazoo Racing Velocity Esports Championship 2020, created and orchestrated by Toyota Gazoo Racing Malaysia. It has been a crazy one thus far. 720 racers have gone wheel to wheel across so many phases of qualification. Now we are down to the final top 10 spots between all these racers, and who will take home that share of that 70,000 prize pool. I'm Nick Harris, he's Victor Ang, and I'm excited to be here, coming to you live from UMW Toyota Malaysia. Shah Alam.
Yeah, it's a great honor to be here today. We're going to be casting some great races here. I hope we've got the top 10 drivers that we picked out from the group stages yesterday, and they're all going to be right here fighting it out for the 70,000 ringgit prize pool, and I can't wait to see what's going to be happening next. So, for those of you guys who are joining us here, let me run you through what's going to go out throughout the day. So, these 10 drivers are going to be participating in 4 different grand final races. These races will be in the format of standard grid, standard grid, reverse grid. What that means is that the first race is going to be a qualifying session towards a standing start. The second race is going to be reversed based on the results of the previous race. And they're also going to be doing the same thing again for the next 2 races, where the third race is going to be a qualifying to a regular start. And then in the final race is going to be reverse grid yet again. Now, the championship points are going to be accumulated throughout 4 of these races, and the top 3, or rather the standings at the end of the race number 4 is going to determine the championship.
Well, this is going to be the race point system that we're going to be using throughout the day here. First place is going to net you 25 points. Second to 10th is going to net you 18, 15, 12, 10, 8, 6, 4, 2, 1 in terms of points. So the higher you score, of course, first place being the best in terms of points. Second and third, however, the margins are going to be slightly lower, but definitely the biggest margin between first and second place is definitely going to be the highest point difference, of 7 points if you're able to get first place. So definitely going to be gunning for that first place spot for all of our racers here today.
Yeah, indeed, because winning a race is going to put you very far ahead in the championship. So it's quite imperative that these 10 drivers are fighting for the lead constantly, because because of the difference between first place and second place. Coming in second, even if you may be consistent, may not even be enough for you to win the championship outright. So you really have to go for those wins when you can.
And considering that the first race is going to be a qualified standing start, whereas the second race is going to be a reverse grid, it does create a very competitive atmosphere for all of our racers. So not favoring any one racer, regardless of where they start or where they end, where they finish in terms of the races. So this is where we're going to be going off here. It's going to be the GR Supra RZ20. Ooh, the new Supra there, very sexy indeed, very sleek in its design, a modern feat of engineering indeed by Toyota, as we see it here. 250 kilometers per hour of power there, and this is the track indeed, the Autodrome Lago Maggiore onto Italy. That's where we're going to be. 5.8 kilometers across the board with 17 turns, tarmac road. It's going to be sunny skies in the virtual track of Italy.
Yeah, perfect place to have some battles here, especially in Gran Turismo Sport. This Lago Maggiore track is actually a fictional track that's kind of based upon the hillside of Italy, and it also features a lot of kind of like the key features of some of Italy's racing tracks, where you have a lot of very fast or at least medium speed corners, and you also have a lot of attitude changes. So this means that the drivers are going to be very much challenged in how they approach this track, because they not only do they have certain corners where they have to be very mindful about their braking, but there's some corners that may throw themselves for a little bit of a loop. There's actually a banked hairpin in this track here that I think you're going to be seeing a lot of these drivers try to go at it at maximum speed, because given the fact that it's actually angled, you can actually use much less braking through that corner. So I'm really excited to see how these drivers are going to try to battle throughout all the sectors in this track.
Well, I want to ask you a few questions here in terms of what these racers need to take into consideration? I mean, there's going to be 10 drivers on the track. There's going to be quite a bit of not that much of space for them to work around in terms of how they want to be overtaking, how they want to be attacking some of these race lines. What do you think these drivers need to be wary of in terms of what this Italian track brings to the table?
Well, there are a few corners around somewhere where they have to be careful about what approach they're taking to that corner. So what I mean is that there's some corners that are a little bit downhill, and there's some corners that are a little bit uphill. So for those kind of corners, you kind of have to adjust the way you brake through there. So obviously, when you're going downhill, you're carrying a lot more momentum into the corner, and once you brake, your weight balance is going to be thrown a lot more forward than if you're normally on flat ground. So that means that you have to brake a little bit earlier and maybe a little bit softer. But then for places where it goes a little bit uphill, that's where you start to see some of the drivers have to will start to brake a lot later on through the corner. And yeah, it's these kind of things that you have to consider. So the way they attack each individual corner here in Lago Maggiore can be very different.
Well, looking at the fact that the track is going to be a tarmac track, right, will that play a huge factor in terms of the grip as well as the shift in momentum in terms of them going uphill or downhill after these particular corners, Victor?
I think the bigger factor here is the choice of car that they're going to be using here. Now, the GR Supra RZ is basically a street car, meaning that it doesn't really have a lot of downforce. So that means that the drivers, if they are going to try to push the cars a little bit fast, especially through some of the high-speed corners, they will find that the car can easily slide out if they don't have enough traction. So that's one of the aspects they have to be mindful of. Now this is one of the bank corners I was talking about. So you can see that the approach is kind of weird. It actually goes a little bit downhill first, and then it goes uphill again. So that's why I said that like the braking for that corner is very, very important, because immediately after that you have like a very fast section, like a slight left-hand bend. That actually makes a prime opportunity for overtaking if they were to miss out the braking point on that hairpin.
And I do believe that that's going to be some determining factors for some of these racers getting a consistent positioning, because we do see that there is quite a high amount of scary turns as well as very sharp corners that comes for this Italian track. And I think that in terms of the design and layout of the track, it does create a lot of ample opportunities for some of our racers to actually go for the overtakes.
Yeah, indeed. There are some really nice long straights that are on this Lago Maggiore track, so those provide absolute opportunity for these cars to get up to top speed and then allow them to get some good drafting as well, especially during a race. But then now for this time attack qualifying session, they really need to be able to set up their lines much neatly and tidily in order for them to set the fastest time possible. So now we're going to be going into the qualifiers now. There's going to be 15 minutes provided to the drivers here to put out their fastest laps. That essentially means they have about 3 or 4 attempts here on a set of fresh tires in order to set their fastest time. So now all of them will come straight out of pits and go ahead and see what times they can set for this qualifying session.
Well, it is going to be the top 5 across Group A and Group B going off against each other. We'd like to see names such as Taj Ayman, Wicked Janye actually make a bit of a splash here during the qualifying rounds. It is going to be very interesting to see how some of these drivers are going to be competing against one another. Who sets the time here will definitely be enjoying pole position heading forward. As you can see, our racers there, full concentration and full focus here heading to it, because a cut of 70,000 ringgit of the prize pool is definitely going to be a strong motivator. A little bit of side-to-side action there, a little bit of a scrape between our two racers across the board.
Yeah, I think that was that Charles Diem? Remember that was who we just watched on board with. Like he didn't want to get caught up in the traffic jam at all. He wanted to get past everyone there. Because here's the thing, the qualifying session, right? Like you're not really technically racing against each other. You're really trying to set the fastest time on the map. But then in order to do so, you need to be able to get as much space as possible on the track. So some of these guys will slow down a bit, let the guy in front get a much longer run off so that they can get enough space there that even if they are on a flying lap, they would end up colliding or meeting each other on track.
I think that's definitely going to be a very wise strategy, especially during the qualifying rounds, because with the lack of congestion onto the track, right, it does allow for some of our racers to be able to make some more high-speed attempts in some of these turns, thereby cutting as much time as they cutting as much of their overall time to get that better position, because it is going to be the best time and not a race against it is going to be a race against the clock rather than against each other. But it is going to be very determined to see who is going to be getting this first lap out and getting that initial how to say ceiling of time here for across all our 10 races.
Yeah, so I think that RF Roslan now is going to be setting that first flying lap. He's taking a very aggressive approach here to turn 1, practically cutting the apex there in order to make that turn. So now coming into this section, going to go right up into the line and then through curbs here. Pretty good so far. He's taking a lot of curb on this next turn here, actually. But I guess the track limit doesn't quite extend through that curb, so he should be fine. Now coming to this turn, this one's a slightly uphill turn here, so he needs to be very careful about where he applies his throttle immediately after. Very nice, that's very good acceleration out. Tugs the inside nice and clean. Now in this sector it's all downhill, so this is where the application of brake has to be very precise, as well as where they're pointing and turning the car. You have to be mindful about not stepping it back out too much.
Taj Ayman there in your view, full of brimming with confidence and looking to get away with that 70,000 cut share of that 70,000 prize pool. Going to be one of the names to look forward to. However, he did have quite a showing yesterday. Hopefully that level of success will follow towards day number 2 here as we come into our grand finals. 11 minutes are left on the clock, and we do see that the times here are starting to come pretty well across the board. It's going to be Iqbal Suji with the fastest lap thus far.
Yeah, I mean, they're still seeing the times come in at the moment. Right now, we're riding with Boykit. Should be just about finishing his fastest lap here. Let's see what time he's going to set. That's going to be a 2:06.092. That's actually pretty good here. Now, the next person going to be able to set a time on the board now is Jen Ye. That's 2:06.292. Not too bad, but still needs quite a bit of work here if he wants to be able to keep up with Wicked. Swan Jing has set a slightly better time now with 2:06.865, so that's looking a bit okay there, at least to stay in front, but Wicked is still beating quite a country mile at the moment. Now, Bjor Hafiz just came through. He set a 2:05.8, so that is certainly raising the bar now for all of our drivers here.
The small margins here definitely add up, as we do see coming in from Wicked, Afif Shuhaimi, as well as Xuan Jing, very close indeed in terms of the timings. Differences of 0.4 and 0.4 across the board here, and I think from a 4th to 5th position is going to be a difference of 0.1 instead, right? So I think it's going to be very interesting how some of these drivers are going to be averaging out. Taj Ayman already ahead, 2 minutes 5 seconds and 0.341 of a second here, heading into 10 minutes of this 10 minutes remaining of this qualifying rounds, as we do see here full concentration from all of our drivers here, looking towards getting that pole position that's so coveted and will give them a big lead leading into the race.
You can see some of these drivers actually wearing driving gloves while using the wheel. Now, I've had some real drivers actually ask me, do they actually need the gloves? I tell them that usually it's a kind of a preference thing, but I can say that especially if you're gripping very tight on the wheel and you have high force feedback, sometimes you can accidentally injure yourself really when you don't have anything, if you're not wearing anything on your arms. So, but then for most of these drivers, really, it's really a preference thing. Some drivers prefer to have the racing gloves on because it actually adds to the immersion of them actually racing in the real world.
Well, it is going to be a very interesting one here, as we do see going to be a bit of a penalty here for racer in 4th position, Wicked, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry, for Taj Ayman, excuse me.
I think that was Iqbal Suji actually that had the penalty for some reason. I think it might have cut a few quarters in order to be able to set a time. But the thing is, he's already P2 on the board, having set a time of 2:05.5. 1:05.78. So he's actually not too far off from Taj Ayman or Muir Hafiz. Maybe a little bit of improvement on some of his sectors here is going to help a long way. But then right now, Iqbal does have the fastest sector 4 time, so certainly that is making it a bit tough, especially for some drivers, because in sector 4 particularly, the last corner is kind of very difficult because the attitude changes through the entire corner itself. So you have to be very mindful about what line you decide to take in the final corner there in order to be able to set the fastest time possible. But what really complicates things is also the fact that the pit entry technically is part of that racing line. So drivers also have to be mindful, especially if you're going to be following each other later on during the race, that they do not end up like countering each other when they cut through that pit lane.
Well, what I like to note is that Taj Ayman was able to cut quite a bit out of his sector 4 time here, definitely getting the best time overall of his attempts. We do see that sector 3 as well, he was able to get a very good lap in time in terms of it, but coming in towards his latest attempt, it is going to be about 4 seconds slower here, definitely going to be adding up across the board. But overall, we do see that Hai Chang as well as Arif Roslan getting in some really good times across the board.
Yeah, they are indeed. I was also noticing that Rio was making quite a lot of improvement, but at the moment he's still qualifying P8 despite having a 2:06.930, which is only like milliseconds, like literally 1 millisecond off of Jen Ye right now with P7. So I think if Rio could actually get a lot of improvements in his next run there, he could find himself a little bit higher up the board for sure. We still have yet to see some times being set here by Arif Roslan and Kai Chang. Just like Arif Roslan was able to set a 2:05.6 early on, but I think that time might have been cancelled due to exceeding track limits, so he has to go for another run again. But looking at his sector times there, I think that could actually put him all the way up to P3 if he could actually set that time a nice clean one.
Yeah, it should be a nice clean one across the board. We do see this is the best of the best across the board here for a lot of our drivers. I think that Iqbal Suji closing in pretty close here. I do think that for Taj Ayman, Iqbal Suji as well as Mio Hafiz closing out at 2 minutes and 5 seconds and maybe about 341 of a second here for Taj Ayman is definitely going to be a big number for them to take over. However, we do see that Iqbal Suji as well as Mio Hafiz slowly catching up here as the game as the qualifying round almost comes to an end. 5 more minutes left. I think that's going to be about maybe 2.5 laps remaining from the starting position, so that could be a few more attempts from some of our drivers to try to close it out and try to dethrone Taj Ayman from pole position.
You gotta especially watch, especially in the last few minutes of this qualifying session, because that's when the track evolution is going to favor the drivers a lot more, which means that you start to see much faster lap times. You start seeing some guys actually set faster sector 1 or sector 2 times there. So especially like on the fast corners here, that's where a lot of the grip can be found, especially in the last closing moments of the qualifying when the track conditions become very optimal. And already we're starting to see Woikin setting the fastest sector 2 time. So he's definitely on a really good run here. If he actually is able to keep that up, you might be able to see him jump up from P4 to maybe a podium position. So one thing I also wanted to note, especially when it pertains to e-racing in particular, like what separates kind of like the really good drivers from the average driver is knowing where they can kind of cut on the track. So the thing is that the game system actually detects whether or not your car is like outside the limits, outside the boundaries. Usually that's defined by the white line that's running along the track. And the usual rule here in motorsports is that all 4 wheels must be, at least 2 of the wheels have to be inside the white line at any given time. If all 4 wheels are outside of the white line, that's considered exceeding the track limit. So the thing is that in this game, it's possible to find certain areas where you can cut a little bit more than usual, and it really is up to the driver to discover where these margins are and how they can kind of exploit that during the time attacks.
Yeah, all these little margins here definitely going to be a very good case for some of these drivers to shave off some extra seconds of that time, and it definitely builds up here. Taj Ayman is who we're going to be viewing thus far. Very nicely done coming out of that final few sectors here, as it is going going to be a very, very revealing time indeed for Taj Aiman, still holding on to the best time and pole position. However, not too far behind him, Iqbal Suji as well as Wicket looking towards sealing off those times, but we do see 2 minutes, 5 seconds and 128th of a second for Taj Aiman. He just gets better and better with each lap and each completion of the qualifying round.
And then now he's on another flying lap here. I'm really curious to see what sector 1 time can he set, because he has not improved it in his last run. So I'm really hoping to see that he actually gets a lot more out of this run compared to the last one. But in any case, that is only going to extend his lead right now against Iqbal Suji. They're basically 0.4 of a second apart in terms of their timing now. Looks like we have Kai Chang just set a fastest time only at 2:07.222. That's not quite good enough to get up in the midfield. He's going to have to step that up quite a bit. Now, Wicket has successfully qualified into P3, bumping Mior Hafiz down to the P4. So now the margin is only, again, 1/10 of a second. So really, this is where the drivers have to find all the kind of cutting points they can use, and then really just optimize the lap as best as they can, especially now that the session is already coming towards an end. This is going to be where the track will be at its most optimal condition.
It is going to be the most optimal condition for a lot of our drivers here heading forward. We do see that there is a level of focus as well as determination in the eyes of a lot of our drivers with about 90 seconds left. What are you looking forward to seeing here as we close out the qualifying rounds, Victor?
I want to see a very close time attack session here, especially with the leaders here. I want to see them constantly exchange here with margins of only 1/10 of a second. But Iqbal Suji now, the pressure is really on him here to get a good sector time, especially the final sector. But he's right now already set a better sector 3 times, so we'll see if he's going to be able to set a good one. He's right now out on a flying lap, so let's see if he's going to be able to improve his time with 2:05.578.
That's going to be a very revealing one indeed, and it is going to be a doozy here. 60 seconds left on the clock before we close out the qualifying rounds, and we determine who has that pole position. Taj Aiman now, as well as Iqbal Suji in the pit. Doubt that they're going to be going out and completing their qualifying rounds. They will be able to get a little bit of relief here as they prepare for the final race, the grand final race number 1. And this is going to be a final few attempts from some of our racers. Hopefully they will be able to score it out and get the better time against Taj Aiman and Iqbal Suji, who are very much comfortable in positions 1 and 2.
Especially with the guys at the bottom half of the grid right now, you see them still out on track because they really want to try to improve their time and hopefully get into that top 5 position. Now, right now, P6 being held by a 5th Sulaimi. He's right now, I think he's trying to go for a flying lap. Not sure who's that who actually ended up outside the track there, but I don't think there's going to be any way for him to get another new flying lap in. So it's been unfortunate, but you know, that happens sometimes. Rio right now been improving his sector 1 to sector 3 times. He's in sector 4 right now, I believe. So let's see if he's going to be able to improve his time. Currently he's in P7. He should be coming in towards the end here. Oh wait, Taj Aiman actually is still out on track, but he's on an out lap, so I don't think he'll be able to set a fast time here. Indeed, yeah, he's going to go teleport straight into the pits. Right now we're with Boykit. He's also on an out lap, and the qualifying session is over, so it's just pretty much doing this for a practice run only. Arif Roslan has just gotten himself up to P3, but Mior Hafiz takes over from him to kick out P2 there, knocking Iqbal Suji off of the front row. So he's going to be going next alongside Taj Aiman. The qualifying session now coming to a close. Are there any more times left on the board here? I think Taj Aiman and Iqbal Suji are not going to be able to set a new one here. Yeah. Oh, whoa, what? Rio just suddenly jumped up on the top of the board here, but his best lap was only at 2:06. That's weird.
I think there was a visual bug there, not going to be taken as fact. It's still going to be Taj Aiman, Mior Hafiz, Iqbal Suji, Arif Roslan, and Wicket making up our top 5. Hafiz Suhaimi, Rio, Jenye, Xuanjing, as well as Kai Chang going to be closing it out. We do have 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining, I think, for some of our racers to get off and finish out their flying lap.
Yeah, I think the timer wasn't synced properly because we still have 1 minute left according to the game here. So Taj Ayman is still out on track and he still wants to try to set another fastest lap, even though he's still leading the session by quite a comfortable margin of 0.4 of a second in the time attack session. It's a huge margin here to try to overcome. And right now, the closest challenger to him for that is Mior Hafiz, but Hafiz has already set his flying lap here, so he's just going to be going back into the pits from this point on. So Taj Ayman really is just out there trying to better his own time and see if he can just improve the margin a little bit, but he really didn't have to be entirely honest. But Iqbal Suji is also out on track. He's also in an out lap here, so I'm not sure if he's going to be able. Yeah, I think actually he is going to be able. There's still 30 seconds left in the session, so he should be able to get to the line now. I believe that will signal the end of the qualifying session real soon.
Alright, 20 seconds left. Could Iqbal Suji get over Mior Hafiz? I doubt so. It's gonna end it with a bit of a flare there as we head into Taj Ayman looking to break his own best lap record. A bit of a perfectionist here coming in from Taj Ayman.
Nope, it's not.
Won't be a change thus far, but it is going to be one of his best laps across the board. Qualifier has ended, and these are the positionings of your racers as we head into race day. Ladies and gentlemen, this is where it is going to be determined. Autodrome Lagos Maggiore, as we do see it. Taj Ayman, Mior Hafiz, Iqbal Suji, Arif Roslan, and Wicked in that order of the top 5. As we do see here coming in from our drivers, it is going to be a very interesting turn of events, as it is going to be Avi Suhaimi, Rio, Jenye, Xuan Jake, as well as Kai Chang
Here we go.
in our top lower 5, and off we go. Tires spinning and rubbers burning, and tires burning, excuse me, as we go into the first round.
Yep, Taj Ayman able to stay ahead of Mior Hafiz right now. Arif Roslan and Iqbal Suji fighting it out, going to the second turn, but Arif will be able to close it up in front of him and stay into P3. So Iqbal Suji is going to continue to try to give chase here, while Woikit, he seems to be widening the gap a little bit between him and the top 4 guys at the moment, but slowly closing in after coming in the next turn now. So he definitely wants to try to bring some battles here to Iqbal Suji, but Afif in the meantime falling a little bit behind here. Rio in particular is falling quite far behind the rest of the train here. Oh, it looks like a bit of a mistake there for Taj Ayman, I think, from the front. But actually, that's Mior Hafiz, my bad. He actually tried to dive on the inside there against Taj Ayman, but Taj was able to block him off for the next corner, so he's going to try to defend his second place position. But unfortunately for Mior Hafiz, due to that move, he actually left some space there for Arif Roslan to get alongside, and Arif Roslan is now into P2.
Arif Roslan now holding on to position number 2, putting down Mior Hafiz very, very well indeed, as we're going to be seeing it here. Both these drivers are going to be going up against one another. Still Taj Ayman holding on to that top spot. Arif Roslan still in a second spot, fighting off against Mior Hafiz, and we do see our first penalty of today in Iqbal Suji. Has slowed up by 0.7 of a second here. Definitely going to be adding up. We're going to look for interesting points of the race to slow down, but we do see Arif Roslan right now giving Taj Ayman a run for his money, but we do see Taj Ayman still holding on to his race line very well. Arif Roslan will not be able to invade his race line here and tries to get across Taj Ayman, but Taj Ayman defensively driving very well.
You can see how the car is actually sliding a lot, especially through the fast corners. This is what I'm talking about. The fact that these cars have very little downforce means that the car will be a lot more slidey, so the drivers have to be constantly aware about which way the car is going. Look at Taj Ayman is going into the pits very early on here. Yeah, he is. He's going in there together with Iqbal Suji. They're going to be swapping out the medium tires for something new. This is going to be interesting. Mior Hafiz now will naturally inherit the lead here, followed by Arif Roslan. Boykit will be in third place at the moment. Afiz Sulaimi following closely behind him. But I really want to know what's the strategy here that Taj Ayman and Iqbal Suji are trying to pull. This is very interesting.
Shades of yesterday, and I think that Iqbal Suji as well followed up with Taj Ayman to be able to get into that first or second spot. It's going to be a very interesting fight here between Taj Ayman and Iqbal Suji. But what we do notice is Taj Ayman is willing to give up his lead pretty early on to be able to get that push onto first place once everybody else gets into the pits. It's all a matter of timing here. Taj Ayman giving up a little bit of that early lead to give off that, give up his position in place number 1 to give it away to Mior Hafiz, and will be looking to get that position back as the game progresses.
So Jinye almost had a run on the outside of Rio there, but he had to back off a little bit, which is a little unfortunate because the straight was coming up right after that. So if he actually had stuck close there, he could have gotten the trap of a Rio going into the bank turn. But in any case, you know, Taj Ayman and Iqbal Suji, they both swapped from their medium tires to soft tires here. So this is very interesting because I'm thinking here that they might be trying to go for all soft tire stints here after that first lap, which we know worked out very well for Taj Ayman, but that was during the reverse grid race. So I'm really interested to see in this kind of standard grid whether or not this kind of strategy will also work out.
I'm hoping to see the best here from Mior Hafiz. Whether or not he will be able to hold on to that lead is beside the point. But we do see that Mior Hafiz is going to have the best lap overall with 2 minutes and 14 seconds and 740th of a second. I do think that's going to be working out very well for Mior Hafiz as we head into lap number 3.
It's going to work out well for Mior Hafiz as well because it's already on a soft tire, but bear in mind the drivers will still have to take the medium or hard tires for at least one stint during this race here. So for Mior Hafiz in particular, because Iqbal Suji and Taj Ayman have already swapped out from their medium tire, they don't have to go on either the medium or the hards anymore after this race. They can just continue the entire session on only the soft tires. So this certainly throws a very interesting variable into the equation now, because it's really about whether or not this multi-slot strategy that Taj Ayman and Iqbal Suji is running here is going to be enough to overcome Mior Hafiz, who started on the softs.
Well, that's going to be a very revealing piece of information that you just told us here, Victor, because looking at how these compound tires are going to be affecting performance overall, it is going to definitely add up across the board here. Mior Hafiz still holding on towards the top position with Arif Rosan not too far behind, and Iqbal Suji coming back into it. Will he be able to get it? I think he will, and it seems that that's going to be a very interesting one here as we head into this race. It is going to be one of those moments where Iqbal Suji will be able to get back into it. Taj Ayman now still back into this game and is going to be at position number 8. Hopefully he will be able to get back into position number 1, but it's only a matter of time here, and it is going to be a timing issue in terms of whether or not Taj Ayman Oh baby, we do see Taj Ayman getting it on towards position number 7.
Yeah, but his real race right now is really against Iqbal Suji. He had already overtaken him after the pit session. But the thing is that Iqbal still has a 0.6 second penalty, so he needs to be able to get rid of that. Otherwise, Taj Ayman can still win if he just stays behind Iqbal Suji throughout the race. But Iqbal now going for his next victim here. It's going to be Rio. He gets a bit of ghosting there. I think he lost a bit of grip trying to turn in hard against Rio here, but Rio is still defending his line with his absolute might here, and trying to prevent Iqbal Suji from having an easy run up against him. So Iqbal trying to find opening here. He will find one as soon as Rio dove into the pits there, so he will inherit 5th place. But then Taj Ayman is still chasing very closely behind Iqbal, and is actually gaining on him on the main straight. So Iqbal now braking a little bit hard, taking the clipping the apex there. It looks like someone's trying to get past here. I can't quite see. He's on the outside of the track there. I think it must have been able to close it off. It was Jinye trying to make a move onto Afif Suhaimi, who I believe actually overtook Jinye just a little while earlier, while Jinye was being lapped there by Taj Ayman and Iqbal Suji.
Alright, looking at how Taj Ayman is holding on to position number 6, I do believe that Iqbal Suji is going to be in his crosshairs, as we do see from the view of Afif Suhaimi. He is going to be relatively behind here, but looking at Iqbal Suji, he still has about 0.3 of a second here. About 0.7 or 0.3. You see 0.2 of a second here to shave off in terms of penalty. I do think that Taj Aiman could actually take advantage of this situation whenever Iqbal Suji has to slow down slightly. I think this is going to be a very revealing opportunity for Taj Aiman to get back into it as we go down to Xuan Jing, holding on to his fourth spot, and I think that Wicket is going to be another one here with a slight penalty that he has to shave off. Nothing too detrimental here as Xuan Jing as well as Wicket. Quite a bit of distance between one another.
Yeah, the penalty now is less than a tenth of a second, so Wicket can definitely find that in any of the breaking points now throughout the track. So Xuan Jing's real race right now is to try to see if he can outdo Wicket in the pit strategy. So Wicket now finally gets rid of that penalty there and still stays ahead of Xuan Jing, so he has been managing that gap between him and P4 pretty well there in order to get the penalty off his back. But now really watching out for is whether or not Iqbal Suji and Taj Aiman will catch up to the top three right now, because they've been making real headways there since they came out of the pits. They're now in P5 and P6 respectively. Xuan Jing may be next on the menu, but it's still a long way to go before either Iqbal or Taj Aiman will be able to catch up onto him.
Yep, looking at how it's working out here, Xuan Jing as well as Iqbal Suji going to be going off against one another, but Wicket now in first position. I think that's going to be working out very well for him indeed as the game progresses.
Yeah, so Mio Hafiz and Jenya has just both gone into the pits now. They are swapping out the tires. I think they are going out on softs as well, so it looks like they'll be saving that medium for the final run of this race here. Arif Roslan is still on the mediums right now. He's currently in 4th place, but I think he's going to be due for a pit stop very soon. He's currently, I think he just gone into the pits now, so he'll be coming out probably around somewhere at P8 or 9 at this point. So Wicket right now is in the lead. He's still being chased very closely by Xuan Jing. Both of these guys will want to pit literally at the same time in order to be able to keep this battle going on. But right behind them is Iqbal Suji and Taj Aiman, and the thing is, Iqbal is already in front of Taj, so a bit of lost control there by Xuan Jing. He's going straight into the wall! Oh my goodness, Xuan Jing has no grip and all his tires, he just lost it completely. Now Iqbal Suji is able to get past him, Taj Aiman gets past him as well. It looks like Xuan Jing is dropping all the way down to P7. Man, that was such a big mistake there at the corner.
Xuan Jing beautifully lost it away. I don't believe it. He was doing so well, and it was just one small mistake that was a beautiful disaster for him. I do believe that that could be a bit of a challenge for him. However, it is going to be a reverse grid, so all is not lost for him moving forward. But man, oh man, that was just heartbreaking for him.
I just feel so bad for laughing at that, but yeah, that's the thing. It's a huge shame there for Xuan Jing, because now his race, he's going to work very, very hard here in order to get some points in this race. But it certainly played out very well for Wicket, because now he's completely alone here, and Iqbal Suji and Taj Aiman is still close to each other. They're still going to continue to battle it out, but now with that incident there from Xuan Jing that actually enabled Arif Roslan to try to get up behind him. In the meantime, behind this entire train here, Muir is getting a run onto Afif Suhaimi. He is going to run around the outside though, so Afif should be able to block it up immediately, and he gives it a little love tap as well, but Muir Hafiz stays on the inside. He's going to try to fight here for P4, and he stays ahead of Afif Suhaimi coming out of Sector 1.
Very nicely done here, as we do see Taj Aiman was able to climb up from position number 10 after that early pit on to position number 2. It does seem that Taj Aiman very much determined to steal it away from Iqbal Suji. Iqbal Suji is still on top of that first spot. We do see that there is going to be a bit of a time gap here between them. I think, oh my goodness, Taj Aiman dropping down to position number 5.
Look at Muir, he had actually tried to dive on the inside, but Arif Roslan still carrying enough speed on the exit. Taj Aiman almost had a look at the inside as well. He almost went 3 wide, but he had to back off, so now he's dropping into P4. But Muir Hafiz now, he's not done yet. He wants to continue this fight against Arif Roslan. He wants to get up into the lead here, and Arif Roslan is the only person standing between him and Iqbal Suji.
Iqbal Suji still holding on to that first position. We do see Arif Roslan as well as Mio Hafiz and Taj Aiman and Hafiz Suhaimi, all 4 of them going off against one another. Very, very competitive indeed, looking at the space.
Taj Aiman diving on the inside.
Tries to go on the inside, threading the needle.
Mio Hafiz gets a little bit bumped there. He gets slided out there by oh my goodness.
what the Taj Ayman did there, he actually just dove straight in there and actually forced Mio Hafiz a little bit off the track. Let's see that in the replay. Indeed, yes, he pushed Mio Hafiz way off the track there. I don't think he'll be happy with that at all. He's dropped all the way down to P5 just moments ago. He was looking on the cusp of staying on the podium there, and now it looks like he has to fight his way back up to the top again.
Definitely going to be a very dramatic dispute here at the end of the race. I do believe that we do have quite a bit of drama leading up towards this race. However, Iqbal Suji still unaffected by the drama. However, we do see Arif Roslan, Taj Ayman, as well as, but we do see a lot of pins here coming in. Getting back into the third spot. We do see more collisions here, more love taps across the board from some of them, with Mir Hafiz being on the receiving end. Definitely not going to be happy with that as the race is going to continue. But we are halfway through with 7 laps in the pocket, in the books already, with 8 more laps to go.
Yeah, so both Taj Ayman and Iqbal Suji came out the pits now. They are in 7 and 8 respectively. Taj Ayman in front, but Mir Hafiz is now back in the podium position here, but only because those guys in front have already pitted. He's going to try to continue his race here against Arif Roslan. He wants to be able to catch up to him and continue to bring the fight up there, but Hafiz Suhaimi is trying to defend here, but he left the gap a little bit wide open, and Mir Hafiz, he slips right through there to get up into a P2, which was what he wanted to be in the first place. Now he can continue that race against Arif Roslan. Will he be able to overtake our current race leader? Only time can tell.
Well, it is going to be interesting enough to see that Arif Roslan right now going to be heading on to that first spot. Mio Hafiz, Hafiz Suhaimi, Wicked, as well as Rio are going to be holding on towards our top 5. Kai Cheng, Taj Ayman, Iqbal Suji, Xuan Jing, as well Jenya make up our bottom 5 positions. It is going to be a very revealing race indeed to see how some of these drivers are going to be adapting heading into the second race.
Yeah, Wicked having a last minute like sharp turn through that hairpin there that enabled him to stay ahead of Afif, but now Rio is getting into the mix now. He actually gets a trap off of Suhaimi through this sneaky S-bends here. Very fast corners, so they are still carrying a lot of speed through there. Rio, unfortunately, is not able to catch up to Suhaimi before this braking turn, but he's going to try to catch around the inside here. Hafiz Suhaimi, though, still able to carry a lot of speed there into the second part of that turn, so he will be able to stay in P4 for now. But Rio now has a very good run out of the exit. He's going to try to use the inside line here against Afif. He's going to slide it right in, but Afif outbreaks it and still stays ahead of Rio going into the final turn. Rio now, Afif actually cuts him off as he goes into the pit lane, so they will both pit together at the same time, but Afif at least is still able to stay ahead of Rio going in there.
Very nicely done here, as we do see it is going to be a very quick pit for the side of Rio before he heads out. Hopefully we'll be able to get off into a very good start. However, it is going to be Wicked ahead of him, and position number 6 is going to be held by Rio, and Wicked in position number 5. Going to be a very interesting fight here for the 5th place, with Wicked on the defense and Rio on the offense.
So they both loaded exactly the same amount of fuel, the same compound of tires, I believe. Yep, that's exactly correct. They're both on soft tires, so therefore they will still continue that fight on. So we have 3 battles going on simultaneously here. We got Mir Hafiz trying to chase up against Arif Roslan. We have Taj Ayman and Iqbal Suji just exchanging places all throughout. They are on the same type of stints here, and it looks like Iqbal Suji actually is getting a very good draft here off of Taj Ayman. He's going to try to go for a dive here, but he's just backing up a little bit here. Taj Ayman still able to close the door on him going through the S's, so Iqbal has to wait until the straight comes out before he tries to go for another draft. So Taj Ayman still holding it. Very nice and tidy, but Iqbal needs to get a very good exit here. He is finding a little bit of speed here, but I think the draft is not going to be enough for him to get alongside Taj Ayman by the time they reach that next corner. Still going to try anyway to outbrake him. He actually does outbrake him going into the turn. He nudges Taj Ayman way off there and gets up into P3. That's a very good move there from Iqbal Suji.
Iqbal Suji showing what is up and leaving Taj Ayman behind in position number 4, as we do see more distance being garnered by Iqbal Suji compared to Taj Ayman. Taj Ayman will not be happy with that attempt from Iqbal Suji. However, still onto the top 5 positions here. Taj Ayman will not be too challenged by it, as we do see the Taj Ayman now getting back into this race, trying to get back into position number 3. We do see a bit of a swap here between Mio Hafiz as well as Arif Roslan, as Mio Hafiz will be able to get position number 1 as Suji and Taj Ayman are going to be passing him by and pushing Arif Roslan back towards position number 5 and dropping him maybe lower across the board.
So the thing is that both Taj Ayman and Iqbal Suji are relying on the draft of each other in order to be able to stay in the pace. So that means they're going to be exchanging their positions quite a bit here, I expect, because Taj Ayman is following very closely to Iqbal Suji. So by the time they reach that back straight there, I think Taj Ayman may even have an opportunity to try to go for an overtake once they reach that sharp hairpin. So in the meantime, though, for Mior Hafiz, he's inherited the lead now. Given that Arif Roslan has gone into the pits, he swapped out from the medium tires to the soft tires. So I don't think there's anyone left here in the list that needs to go on the medium tires. So it's pretty much going to be a stint like this until the end. So really, it's going to be up to these guys to see how much performance can they extract out of these soft tires, and also how long can they make their stints, because it's going to be factoring a lot more now that the race is starting to come to a close.
Alright, looking at how Mior Hafiz is going to be holding on to its position number 1. Quite a bit of distance between himself and second position. Going to be very interesting to see how Mior Hafiz is going to get off towards position number 1. It is going to be 2 minutes and 5 seconds best lap. Going to go over towards Amir Hafiz. Definitely going to be enjoying it. As we can see, the distance definitely reflects on his timing as well.
So Arif Roslan has just made up a couple of places after the pits there, getting past both Jin Ye and Kai Chang, I believe. Oh wait, sorry, the Kai Chang actually able to make up a couple. Oh, sorry, I think the board is actually jumping around a bit here, but yeah, Arif Roslan made up a couple of places there coming out of the pits, so he's trying to climb up to the rest of the grid here in the top 5. But in the meantime, though, Taj Ayman seems to have not been able to keep close to Iqbal Suji coming out of the 3rd sector. So coming into this final sector, he is going to try to use a bit of runoff in order to get a good exit out of the final corner and stay right behind Iqbal Suji to get his draft. But he knows he just needs to be able to get up alongside him and let his overtaking moves literally take over.
Very nicely done here from Taj Ayman. It would have been Taj Ayman in first position. However, it was Iqbal Suji that was very cunning indeed with some of his overtaking tactics that worked against Taj Ayman. Taj Ayman now still in a 2nd spot. Going to be enjoying it by quite a bit, and this could be a fight, a battle for position number 1 between Iqbal Suji and Taj Ayman.
Yep, so Jin Ye has just gone into the pits as well, I think. Yep, so Taj Ayman continuing to make the chase against Iqbal Suji. In the meantime, for the middle of the grid though, Hafiz Sulaimi is right now being chased by Arif Roslan. He's actually trying to get close enough to Swan Jing, but Mior Hafiz is just ahead of them, so they know that whoever is going to be winning this battle for P6 is going to have to face off against Mior next, and Mior is not going to be the easy person to try to get past. So if anything at all, Arif Roslan needs to be able to get past Hafiz Sulaimi fast enough so that he can continue his chase here to get up into the top 5.
Alright, looking at how this is going to be working out, just so you guys know, participate and win some amazing prizes. Apple Airpods Pro could be yours. Just check out the live stream comment section to participate. Terms and of course conditions apply. You'll be able to get 1 set of Toyo Proxes TR1 Tyres as well, delivered to your mailboxes. Don't know how they're going to fit in your mailboxes, but they will find a way. A Sony PS4 Pro for a giveaway. So participate and win these amazing prizes. You will stand a chance to win it out and will be able to walk away home with these prizes.
So far, they're still staying in position here. Taj Ayman already closing the gap onto Iqbal Suji, so he wants to try to get a good run off by the time they get to the main straight, and it all hinges on how they tackle this final corner. I think Taj Ayman had a slightly better line. This time, Iqbal Suji goes a little bit wider to get a better exit out of that turn, but still, they both will be about more or less the same speed. Taj Ayman shouldn't be able to get too much of an advantage going into turn 1, so Iqbal should still be able to defend this sector pretty well.
Alright, looking at how this is going to be working out, Taj Ayman and Iqbal Suji still going very head-to-head against one another, with Iqbal Suji in the lead. We do see now coming out of this turn, it is going to be Taj Ayman slowly closing the gap. However, Iqbal Suji is very much defensive indeed, and not allowing Taj Ayman to close up against him as we head into lap number 11.
Yeah, there's only 4 more laps to go, so still few opportunities left here for the driver to try to make out some positions, but in particular, I think Touch Ayman still really wants to get that win, so he's staying as close as Iqbal as possible, hoping that the tire clip will hit Iqbal a little bit earlier compared to him, so he can be able to take advantage. But for now, Iqbal is still doing a pretty stellar job of like keeping ahead of Touch Ayman so far. He's like practically cutting a lot of corners here in order to stay a little bit faster than Touch Ayman through most of these slow sections. But really, it's the down the straights here where Iqbal is going to be the most vulnerable, and that's why by cutting those corners, he's going to be able to keep a comfortable enough margin that Touch Ayman won't be able to catch up just based on slipstream alone. He needs to be able to get a lot of things right here in his approach to the corner in order to be able to get past Iqbal Suji. But in the meantime though, Woikid and Rio still continue to battle. Woikid is still ahead of him, but only by 3 seconds? Yeah, 3 seconds gap. So I think third place is pretty much on lockdown here as long as Woikid can bring it to the end.
Well, there is going to be a very big margin of distance here between positions 1, 2, and 3 across the top 5. However, we do see Rio as well as Mio Hafiz are going to be very competitive against one another, as we do see the bottom 5 of the positions are pretty much close, as it is going to be a battle to get out of positions, the lower 5 positions here between Afif Shuhaimi, Jenya, Afif Shuhaimi, Kai Cheng, Sean Jing, as well as Arif Roslan.
I'm wondering if there's some contact there on Afif Suhaimi because he was actually chasing for P6 early on. Now he's dropped down to P9, and as a result, Arif Roslan, Swanjing, and Kai Chang are able to get themselves up into P6, 7, and 8 respectively. I think Mir Hafiz. Wait. Yeah, okay, so there's some pits coming in. This is going to be the last round of pits here with these guys. They're probably going to be going on the soft tires now. Mir Hafiz is still on the medium tires though, so he doesn't have to go for the pit stop. He's still technically leading ahead right now, and he's actually leading by a very comfortable margin of 3.6 seconds, so I think he might actually be on the better strategy here compared to the other drivers because just being on the medium tires for the rest of the stint here, he might actually be able to command the race from this point. But the question is whether or not his medium tires can actually last the next 3 laps. That's the most critical question here because Arif Roslan is following very closely behind him. Arif is on the soft tires, so technically he could potentially gain a lot more pace here compared to Mio Hafiz, especially at the end, especially towards the end of this race.
I'm excited to see how Mir Hafiz is going to be holding on towards his Iqbal Suji as well as Touch Ayman falling in position from positions number 1 and 2 to 3 and 4 respectively. Not that much of a drop. However, we do see that Mir Hafiz, Arif Roslan as well as Iqbal Suji, as well as actually, I'm getting my words twisted here. Mio Hafiz and Arif Roslan still going to be maintaining their first and second spot. However, the distance between themselves and Iqbal Suji as well as Touch Ayman not too far off. Xuan Jing still holding on to the top 5. It is going to be anyone's battle for top 5. However, with 3 laps remaining and about to hit lap number 13 across the board, it could be a very interesting turn of events here because it's only a matter of concentration or a break of concentration, and we might see it happen to Xuan Jing, it happened to some of our drivers as well as Mir Hafiz to lose out some of this position just because they faltered in terms of focus. However, this is going to be a very revealing last few laps.
Yeah, Xuan Jing is probably going to have to go for the pit stop now because he's running out of fuel. But in the meantime, Iqbal Suji getting a very good run on Arif Roslan. He's literally up against his tail. He's thinking about having a look on the inside here, braking very hard here and very late. Iqbal Suji able to take the inside line going into turn 1, but Arif Roslan will have to switch back and has the inside line going to turn 2. So he will be able to defend his position for now. But Iqbal Suji is still on the chase. He's still on his tail. He wants to try to make it in the next few corners here, going for a little bit wider here. He wants to get a good exit out on Arif Roslan. He dives onto the inside and takes it. Gets a very good exit out. He stays in front and takes P2. But now Touch Ayman is lining it up. He wants to make the same move here against Arif Roslan to get up and continue his race against Iqbal. He in fact goes on the inside there. Arif Roslan actually whiffs it at the end there. Goes a little way too wide. Had to brake in order to avoid going into the wall, and as a result has just lost P3 to Touch Ayman.
Very, very unfortunate there for Arif Roslan, taking that race line a little bit too wide, hitting into that final few laps, and it seems that Touch Ayman is going to have a podium finish here if he continues on. We do see Iqbal Suji is going to be next in sight is going to be next in line here for Taj Ayman to try to dethrone from position number 2. However, with 2 more laps remaining, I doubt that's going to work out in his favor. However, we have seen crazier things happen across these races thus far, as Iqbal Suji trying to get as much distance between himself and Taj Ayman as possible.
You know, so the thing is that Mio Hafiz is on medium tires, both Iqbal Suji and Taj Ayman on soft tires. So technically, those 2 guys have an advantage here compared to Mio Hafiz, and they're actually within sight of the race leader now. So they know that as long as they can play their cards right, as long as they can continue to build better pace here against Mio Hafiz and close the gap, they may have a chance of battling it out for that P1 position. But it really hinges on whether or not Mio Hafiz's tires can actually last until the end of the race.
Alright, looking at how this is going to be working out for Taj Ayman, it is going to still be a podium finish for him. However, first position is definitely going to be ideal for him as we go into lap 14. 1 more lap remaining, as we do see that Mir Hafiz, Iqbal Suji, Taj Ayman making up our podium of races, as we do see Wicket, Rio, Arif, Roslan, Afe, Shohaimi, Kai Chang, Xuan Jing, and Jenya making up our 4th to 10th position.
Yeah, Wicket is not able to keep up with Taj Ayman and Iqbal Suji. In fact, those 2 guys have already started to leave the rest of the grid in the dust here in order to make that chase against Mir Hafiz. So for the moment in the midfield section, it looks like Rio is still going to be in P5. He's able to get that position away from Arif Roslan. So right now the race is still on for those 2 drivers. Kai Chang was able to get past Swan Jing early on in the last couple of sectors, so he's already looking to try to get a little bit more points here in this first race, because again, all the championship points are going to be counted at the end of race 4. It's going to be a cumulative championship, so even if you're finding yourself near the back of the grid, just trying to get a few positions up can actually go a long way, especially in a long championship like this.
As you can see, full concentration from our racers here. No, not even a second of lapse of concentration or focus from our racers, as it is going to be a lot on the line here from them. We do see that Mio Hafiz, Iqbal Suji, and Taj Ayman still in positions number 1, 2, and 3. Thus far, Wicket picking it up onto position number 4 as Rio as well. Position number 5 making it up for top 5. However, lower 5 is going to be Arif Roslan, Avish Haimi, Kai Cheng, Xuan Jing, and Jen Ye picking it up, as we do see now some interesting times across the board for our racers as they race to their destiny.
Yeah, so I'm looking at the lap times here for Mio Hafiz and Iqbal Suji, and one thing to note is that Mio Hafiz is still lapping quite slowly compared to Iqbal Suji and Taj Ayman's last lap. Now they're coming across the line now. Let's see what their lap times are looking like so far. Oh, Mio Hafiz's time has actually gotten a lot worse now, so we're starting to see that his tires are beginning to suffer, and Iqbal Suji and Taj Ayman now are really bringing the pressure onto Mio Hafiz. As a result, they're literally right up against his tail. Mio Hafiz needs to pull all the stops here to try to defend on this final lap.
Right, looking at how that piece of information is going to be very revealing. It is going to be this final lap. Oh my god, Iqbal Suji trying to get... Oh my goodness, Mio Hafiz! Iqbal Suji is out! Oh my lord!
That was severe contact there from Mio Hafiz that actually knocked Iqbal Suji into the barrier, into the tire wall, and that has actually also cost Iqbal Suji a 5-second penalty. Let's have a look at the replay there, which actually didn't really catch much of that action, but it seemed like Mio Hafiz made a move on the exit there to try to block off Iqbal Suji, but didn't realize that Iqbal already had his nose planted right where his wheel was. Now Taj Ayman is going to continue this chase here. He's going to try to go for the win this time, trying to go around the outside, but Mio closes it off just in time. Mio is still desperate to try to hold that P1 position again. He's on the medium tire, so he doesn't have as much grip as Taj Ayman does at the moment. Taj continuing to bring the chase here on the straight. He does have the trap. He's going to try to have a look on the outside here, knowing that Mio is going to be very defensive going into this turn. So turning in very sharp, nice exit here, but Mio Hafiz still able to stay ahead. He's still able to get the inside line going into the Ooh, Mio Hafiz still able to stay just
very close to another.
Oh my goodness, Mio Hafiz still able to hang on just by a thread, but Taj Ayman slowly getting on him.
Oh my lord!
He went on the grass, and Taj Ayman now is able to slip past and take the lead of this race towards the final sector. But can Muir Hafiz successfully mount a comeback? The final corner is still coming up. There's still an opportunity here for Muir Hafiz to take back the lead. But Taj Ayman, he needs to be able to keep an eye on where Muir Hafiz is going to make his attack. Coming around the final corner, looks like Muir Hafiz not able to make it at all. Taj Ayman has just done it. He has overtaken Muir Hafiz in the final lap and takes the win here in race number 1.
Iqbal Suji's misfortune is Taj Ayman's greatest advantage in this situation here and open it up towards Muir Hafiz. You see that Taj Ayman, the biggest winner thus far, however, not taking away from Muir Hafiz, Rio, as well as Kit, Arif Roslan making up our top 5. Very unfortunate for Iqbal Suji. However, he will be able to have the second race that's coming in, and with a reverse grid, it's still going to work out for them. We do see a little bit of frustration from some of our drivers. Hopefully, the disputes as well will not be too hard on our racers. Look at that, a very clean race indeed for our pole position winner, Taj Ayman, and man, oh man, was that a heck of a race.
That was a heck of a race there, especially when I saw that Taj Ayman and Iqbal Suji went to the pits immediately when they started on the medium tires. I knew that something was up. I knew that they were trying to go for something creative with the race strategy, and it's actually worked out very well for them. They will, even though they dropped off to the back of the grid due to that first pit stop, they were able to slowly climb it back up because Taj Ayman knew this from the reverse grid race during his group stage. He knew that if he can run a lot of soft tire stints, he can still actually catch up and potentially even get the win. So he knew that this will be the right way to go, and it was really great to see that both of them were constantly finding it out. It's just towards that last bit there, you know, when Muir Hafiz tried to defend his line against Iqbal Suji, that I feel is going to be an incident that will be looked over by the race stewards a lot, because we want to see whether or not there was an offense made there in Muir trying to defend his line. Because technically, I think your car still has to be past the A or B pillar in order for it to count as that person needing to get the space. But then, given that Muir Hafiz made the defensive move on the exit of the turn there, it's really hard for me to determine who is actually in the wrong there. So I'm pretty sure that that's going to be looked at after the race.
Yeah, it is going to be looked at after the race with all kinds of disputes and all kinds of controversy and drama. But man, oh man, was it a big race. And this is just race number 1. We've got another few more races to go through, as well as an exhibition race from our super sporting drivers. I can't wait to see what that's going to be, how that's going to transpire. These are the results thus far, with Taj Ayman on first position, Muir Hafiz in second, and Rio on third for our podium winners. We do see Kit, Arif Roslan, Iqbal Suji, Afif Suhaimi, Kai Cheng, as well as Zhen Ye and Xuan Jing to complete our entirety of the race. Man, oh man, was it an exciting one. It was a heck of a race, and Autodrome Lagos Majore was where all of that action transpired. I can't wait to see what's going to be happening. For those of you who want to know what the grand finals race number 2 is going to be like, you guys are going to have to wait, because we got a lot more action coming into you guys. We've got a super sporting driver team, an exhibition race between our super sporting drivers from the Toyota Gazoo Racing Festival that are going to be competing against one another. We've got celebrities, we've got talk shows, we've got giveaways to give to you guys at home. All you guys got to do is participate, watch the stream from start to finish, and you guys will stand a bigger chance to win. I can't wait to see what's going to be happening. However, me and Victor's going to take a short little break. We will be back with more of the action and more of the breakdown. He is Victor, I am Nick. We will see you after this.
This K10 basically is the first unit of Corolla that assembled by Toyota Malaysia in somewhere 1968. It's not drivable because of the engine already seized and the gearbox malfunctions. So I think this is going to be a very amazing story that we reborn the car and share with the public. Our car is very high quality, durability and reliability.
Memang sangat menarik. Memang I don't know what to say, but this is the best chance company give to me to build this car, 1968 Corolla model. Mula-mula apa yang top management nak ialah nak hidupkan kereta ni, di mana kereta ni dah 15 tahun tak hidup. Jadi bila dia orang suruh saya pergi tengok kereta, kemungkinan barang-barang saya susah nak dapat. Tetapi apabila saya dah buat pemeriksaan dan mendapati, saya rasa kita boleh berjaya selesaikan kereta ni menjadi satu kereta yang sempurna. Actually, this is the first Series K engine ever built in Japan. When you leave the car, basically many things will damage. Together with the moisture, example, rust, mainly damage actually from the engine side. Ketika saya buka enjin, saya sangat terkejut kerana 2 biji piston telah pecah. Sebab tu dah 15 tahun tak hidup dan kereta tu terbiar macam tu. Dan dalam fikiran saya, di manakah saya nak cari piston ni? Itu yang sangat membimbangkan saya. Nak dapatkan spare part tu agak difficult, tetapi as people telling us now, we can plug on the sky. Maksudnya kita boleh Google, looking internet, looking for the part, chasing. Saya dapat daripada Alostar, daripada Taiping, daripada yang area utara lah. Benda-benda ni masih boleh didapati di sana. Mana yang saya dapat part saya tukar, mana yang tak dapat part saya refurbish balik, repair dia balik, pergi hantar engineering. Tetapi alhamdulillah akhirnya saya dapat juga. Tapi sebenarnya kita kena rajin lah, kena cuba usaha selagi upaya. Sebab semangat tu yang penting. Bila semangat tu ada, saya rasa tak ada benda yang mustahil kita boleh selesaikan. If we want to build something, kita kena ada satu minat. Bila ada minat tu dan akan timbul keseronokan, and then barulah finally we can achieve our target. Passion, and then all the difficulties kita hadapi dengan tenang, dengan enjoy. The result will be very, very good.
First, I'd like to say thank you to the technical boys. They've done a wonderful job restore this car. K10 is the first generation which we built 50 years ago in our assembly plant. Now we are at the 12th generation. I think we have grown and the journey that we have taken is very beautiful. So I wish everybody will enjoy this and many, many years we will be together.
The K10 is a testament of the Toyota's manufacturing excellence, which stood the test of time.
With an unmatched prestige, the all-new Toyota Corolla comes with a range of comforts and conveniences that redefine the meaning of class. Genuine leather seats with ergonomic back support and 8-way driver seat power adjustment to reduce fatigue. Compatible with G standard compliant devices, a strategically placed wireless charger is located on the front console tray for your convenience. The DVD AVX interface mirrors your phone on the dashboard screen for easier and safer access to your mobile apps. High-quality analog Optitron meter, switchable to digital metering if you prefer an advanced look. Dual-zone air conditioning allows for independent temperature control between driver and front passenger, while rear blowers are equipped with air ventilation for optimized airflow, maximizing comfort for the entire cabin. Every aspect of the all-new Corolla has been designed with prestige in mind to inspire confidence in your journey. When you have everything, you don't need to say anything. Move forward with the all-new Corolla, unspoken class.
Toyota, all about the drive. Toyota, all about the drive.
Still stuck behind him, so that could be a bit of trouble there for Tegucigalpa, because Brandon Paul, as we know from last race, big contact there in the wall there for Tegucigalpa, trying to chase out the Brandon Paul. He has lost his side mirror, he's lost a lot of pace. I think it might have got a puncher as well. Tegucigalpa might have just destroyed his entire race with one swift kick to the side of his car. But no, car number 68. Who is that out of the track right now? It's Vincent. Oh no, it's number 69. It's Aishan Muganathan. What happened to him? He was in a battle with Mirza Shami up until then, but it looks like he's completely spun around here, and it's definitely going to be out of the race. I need to get some of these top guys here. Oh no, car number 88. That's Shafiq Kyle. It has crashed.
You don't know what happened? I think we're gonna get a replay of this. He was coming to the pits, and look at that! Oh my goodness gracious me!
So
that was just unfortunate.
Oh, it's the second impact that really did hit in there, because the first impact wasn't too bad. Like, you did see a bit of a puncher, maybe a little bit of damage to the front right suspension, but the next hit that you took there completely wiped out his front left.
Yeah.
So I don't see any way that he getting back on track.
Kepanasan matahari pada hari ini memanglah kami lihat.
Satu
lagi kemalangan telah berlaku di belakang.
Vincent Ng is holding up the rest of the field here. He can't move. It's definitely a heartbreaking moment here for his team. Looks like their weekend is done. Vincent driving, coming up with Daniel as she tries to prevent Nabila Razali being inside. Big contact there. She's going to be blocking the road there. It looks like Johnny is finally going to pass, but at what cost? No! He did not know that she was there, and that's the big collision on the back there. Where were the yellow flags?
Jananik tetap sedih lah kita nampak kepada Jananik. Satu lagi pusingan, dia akan keluar kepada race, dia akan ikuti garis pandu dia. Dia telah pun flash high beam kepada dia. Adakah Bradley Benedict berada di luar? Dia akan mencuba, tapi ditutup oleh Tom Gold sekarang berpegang
off the last lap here. Bradley Benedict coming down towards the last corner. He's coming across the line there. The checkered flag is out. Bradley Benedict has done it. He takes the lead. He takes the win here in race number 2.
This K10 basically is the first unit of Corolla that assembled by Toyota Malaysia in somewhere 1968. It's not drivable because of the engine already seized and the gearbox malfunctions. So I think this is going to be a very amazing story that we reborn the car and share with the public. Our car is very high quality, durability and reliability.
Memang sangat menarik. Memang I don't know what to say, but this is the best chance company give to me to build this car, 1968 Corolla model. Mula-mula apa yang top management nak ialah nak hidupkan kereta ni, di mana kereta ni dah 15 tahun tak hidup. Jadi bila dia orang suruh saya pergi tengok kereta, kemungkinan barang-barang saya susah nak dapat. Tetapi apabila saya dah buat pemeriksaan dan mendapati, saya rasa kita boleh berjaya selesaikan kereta ni menjadi satu kereta yang sempurna. Actually, this is the first Series K engine ever built in Japan. When you leave the car, basically many things will damage together with the moisture, example rust. Mainly damage actually from the engine side. Ketika saya buka enjin, saya sangat terkejut kerana 2 biji piston telah pecah. Sebab tu dah 15 tahun tak hidup dan kereta tu terbiar macam tu. Dan dalam fikiran saya, di manakah saya nak cari piston ni? Itu yang sangat membimbangkan saya. Nak dapatkan spare part tu agak difficult, tetapi as people telling us now, we can plug on the sky. Maksudnya kita boleh Google, looking internet, looking for the part, chasing. Saya dapat daripada Alostar, daripada Taiping, daripada yang area utara lah. Benda-benda ni masih boleh didapati di sana. Mana yang saya dapat part saya tukar, mana yang tak dapat part saya refurbish balik, repair dia balik, pergi hantar engineering. Tetapi alhamdulillah akhirnya saya dapat juga. Tapi sebenarnya kita kena rajin lah, kena cuba usaha selagi upaya. Sebab semangat tu yang penting. Bila semangat tu ada, saya rasa tak ada benda yang mustahil kita boleh selesaikan.
Yep, ready up.
Ready.
Go.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, race fans from across Malaysia. This is the Toyota Gazoo Racing Velocity Esports Championship 2020, created and orchestrated by Toyota Gazoo Racing Malaysia. I'm Nick Harris, he's Victor Ang, and we're here to break down to you the results of a very dramatic race number 1.
Dramatic will be like an understatement at this point because there's been so many highlighted moments from that race there. I mean, it's impossible to count, but I think one of the best parts of it about it for me was that battle for the lead towards the end there. I mean, there was plenty of thrills, plenty of spills, but then now we've already tabulated results. We're going to be finding out who are leading the championship right now and after this first race. So before we get to that though, I'd like to let you guys know what's going to be coming up later on in this event. We're going to be having an exhibition race that's going to be involving the super sporting class drivers from the Toyota Gazoo Racing Festival Vios Challenge. And then we're also going to be having race number 2 that comes out after that. And then we'll also have some talk shows in between as well. We have one with the drivers in the Vios Challenge, and then we also have another with I believe. Oh, sorry. I think I missed out my notes there. But yeah, I think the last one there is one of the finalists from our TGR Velocity Championship will be also interviewed in our talk show later on. So yeah, I'm waiting right now to receive the results now. I actually have it on here, but I'm really curious to see how the protests and the penalties will actually affect this championship position here, because I believe there's been a lot of incidents there that the race stewards had to review through. In fact, in particular, if you remember somewhere around the early stages of the map, I think of the track, somewhere around like lap 3 or 4, there was an incident that actually pushed Mior Hafiz out of the track there. There actually a collision that happened between Mior and Taj Ayman. The stewards actually had a look at that after the race, and I realized that behind them there was a chain reaction that occurred that actually launched Taj Ayman towards Mior. So I'm not sure if there's going to be anyone getting a penalty for that. I feel that it didn't really affect that race too badly, because Mior was actually able to recover quite well from that. It's only that second incident, especially towards the end of the race there, that I think the stewards are going to be taking a little bit more time to have a look at.
I'm pretty excited to see how these races are going to be tabulated and see what is the score line going to be like. It is going to be from our grand finals race number 1, Taj Izrin Aiman bin Taj Madeira with 25 points, Amir Muhammad Hafiz with 18 points, Rio Pandukusuma with 15, Lowy Kit with 12, Arif bin Roslan with 10, Muhammad Iqbal bin Ahmad Suji with 8, Muhammad Afif bin Suhaimi with 6, Chong Kai Chang with 4, Chao Jinye with 2, and Mu Xuanjing with 1.
Yep. So this is the standings after race 1. When we go into race 2, though, that's where things going to be topsy-turvy, because they're going to be going in reverse grid for the start of race number 2. So that means Mu Swan Jink is going to be leading the entire pack there. So he probably will have quite a lot of opportunities here in order to get even more points, despite having a bad race 1 result.
Well, it is what it is, and I do believe that with the reverse grid, it does actually create a lot of opportunities for redemption for some of these races moving forward. However, we'll have to wait and see, because we have a little bit of activities. We have an exhibition race lined up for you guys later on that's going to come before the grand final race number 2. I'm not going to be revealing too much about what's going to be happening for grand final race number 2. However, I'm pretty excited to see what our exhibition race is going to bring forward to us. I do believe that with a lot of our real racers from the Super Sporting series, or basically the category that they competed in for the Toyota Gazoo Racing Festival, which was like real life racing. Let's see whether or not that parallel of real life racing experience will translate into simulation racing.
Yeah, that would be certainly interesting to watch, because I know for a fact that a lot of drivers, especially drivers who drive in real life, they kind of find it hard to adjust to simulation racing. So it's going to be interesting to see how they'll be able to handle this one, whether they can still bring the same skills that they have on track into this game. I mean, we'll be finding out very soon, I expect. But before that, we're going to be going for an ad break. So when we come back on, we're going to be seeing the exhibition race number 1 here with the Super Sporting class from the Vios Challenge. Hope you guys stick around. We'll be right back after these messages. Okay.
Nice throw.
and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, this is the Toyota Gazoo Racing Velocity Esports Championship 2019, brought to you by UNW Toyota Malaysia and Co.
Esports. It is going to be 70,000 ringgit prize pool that's up for grabs. It is racing! Our cross line having a very good start there. He's going to be starting on the front of the grid right now, pushing towards the end there. They're going to have the brake hard.
They're going to be gonna get caught on the bottom, but it looks like he's just about to do it. It's not good. No! Will he be able to make it though? He still has the 0.1 seconds. He will come across the line. Will he make it? No!
He lost it, man.
657 total racers have fought against each other, and now it's time to separate the chaff from the wheat, and it's going to be something of an interesting day.
Salving these five will potentially be your grand finalists!
Going up alongside. Your Habibka hacking back like oh yes. He's going for it. He's going for the win here. But no, he's running off the front of them on the retire. What a race and it's going to the end!
Alvin was able to get second place based on the slowdown from behind.
Toyota, all about the drive.
Thing is quite stiff, so
Yep.
I can't move much.
Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to one of Malaysia's biggest racing simulation events ever, the Toyota Gazoo Racing Velocity Esports Championship 2020, created and orchestrated by Toyota Gazoo Racing Malaysia. Who will walk away with a slice of that 70,000 ringgit prize pool? We shall have to wait and see, because right now we have an exhibition race in the Super Sporting Series, welcoming our drivers from the Toyota Gazoo Racing Festival. My name is Nick Harris. Alongside with me is Matthews, and we can't wait to be bringing to you and commentating this action-packed race that's going to be featuring some real-life races, Matthew.
Yeah, this is going to be amazing, man, because we see the likes of Tengku Dejan, the Prince of Drift himself is here,
Yes.
alongside with other professional racers. So it's going to be action-packed, as what Nick said earlier.
Yes, and I do believe that the brothers Brandons, excuse me, the brothers Pauls
Yeah.
are here. Paul and Benedict, Brandon and Bradley are going to be going up against each other as well. They have been racing in the TGR VR Challenge Sporting race for quite a while as well. And we also got members from Team Bosskurr, which is one of Malaysia's biggest esports team that excelled in the Mobile Legends gaming scene. They are going to be competing not just against the racers, but against some celebrities as well. So that's going to be very exciting to see as well, to see how these racers from real life, whether or not they will be able to translate those skills on the track into the virtual track.
Yes, it's going to be from the real world to the virtual world. So let's see how they perform in this, because we saw lots of different big names that's going to be in the race in a while, actually. So the track they're going to use is going to be the iconic Fuji Speedway.
Oh, Fuji Speedway, a very iconic track indeed, very familiar to those who are big fans of races indeed. Can you break it down to us in terms of what you know about the Fuji Speedway, Matthews?
Well, it's actually located in Japan, of course.
Yeah, very.
Yeah, and it has a beautiful view of the Mount Fuji himself there.
Oh wow! Okay,
Yes.
so it's going to be very scenic indeed, yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely iconic. Iconic is the best word to actually describe. There's lots of race that actually happened there, lots of events that went through there, and we are going to use that track for this special race.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited to see what our racers are going to be providing to us as well. Names such as Teku John are going to be making an appearance. That they were coming from the TGR festival, specifically the VIOS Challenge, and it is a one-make race featuring identical dynamic and sporty Toyota Vios racing cars. So I don't know whether or not those dynamics are still going to be replicated here.
Virtually.
Virtually, right? And whether or not they will be able to basically... I think there should be some aspects of it missing, like the G-force and maybe the roar of the engine being so close to them. However, they do have some real-life experience, and I do believe that's going to help them quite a bit in terms of how they're going to be performing in the race. But I'm pretty excited to see how these races are going to be going off against one another.
Well, as how Nick is actually excited, I'm excited as well, because we are going to start the race real soon.
All right, our racers there, as you can see, getting into preparation mode. They are going to be getting into the simulators, getting all comfortable, getting ready to be off onto race, as we do see that they are trying to get used to the ergonomics as well as the difference of the bucket seats as well. So that's going to be very interesting indeed, you know. Like I do believe that there is going to be some parallels in terms of their technical expertise as well as their knowledge of how to take certain things like the race line, how to take some of the chicanes. But I do believe as well that there's going to be a lot of differences in terms of, there's going to be a bit of growing pains, the transitioning from a real life car, I mean, the most important thing that is missing in this simulation compared to a real-life racetrack is the smell of burning rubber.
Oh, we all love that, don't we?
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure that a lot of our racers as well are a little bit at a kerfuffle in a sense to not have any of the smell of burning rubber. However, these are going to be our 10 races here. Tengku John Lay, Brendan Paul, Freddie Ang, Mark Darwin, Hayden Haikal, Mirzan Shahmi, Bradley Benedict, Adam Khalid, Lim Chun Bang, and Daniel Azman. All 10 of them in the sporting class race. It's going to be an exciting exhibition match. And remember, it isn't going to be for 70,000 ringgit of a prize pool, but definitely going to be a bit of bragging rights amongst our race class. And a little bit of feedback right there. Apologize to all of you in attendance. But I'm excited to see what is in store. We are going to be in the Fuji International Speedway, a lot of very small, I don't think there's going to be a lot of turns in this particular track. There's going to be a very long straight onto the finish line. I really can't wait. There's going to be a qualifier of 15 minutes of time attack. The race is going to be of 10 laps. There's going to be 7 times tire wear as well as fuel consumption. Balance of performance is on, tuning is off, and they are only able to use the racing hard and racing medium. Looking at the car is the GR Supra concept for 2018 with a total of 591 horsepower. That's going to be a very, very strong car.
That's
indeed.
a lot. It's really a lot.
Yeah, so this is where we're going to be racing on. It's a very short track indeed, 4.5 kilometers with a total of 15 rounds. The road type is going to be tarmac, so that's not going to be any different from some of our racetracks that we have had in the past. But I'm pretty excited to see how our drivers are going to fare off against one another as we go over onto a flying lap of the race to get to know, of the flying lap of the track to get to know it a little bit before we come back to us. And what are you looking forward to seeing here? And do you feel that there are any particular races that are going to walk away the favorites here?
Well, I'm just going to look how Tengku Dijan is going to perform. Yeah, he's the most man to watch actually, because we saw how his achievement speaks for itself, most of it. So he actually, if you guys actually were following up the gaming launch, where also we talk. It's a talk show actually. We just call it race launch. So if you guys were following up, you guys can see that there are some key details that Tengku Dijan talked about e-racing. What are the developments? What are the future for e-racing? So if you guys are actually watching since the semi-finals, you guys should know there are some key aspects that he talked about.
All right, so we're going to be seeing how that works out here. A little bit of a random man passing by our camera line, but that's all good. I guess that's going to be the guerrilla aspect of our show. However, as much as I would like to say Tengku Dijan is going to be watched, there is going to be a little bit of eyes being focused onto our 16-year-old sensation, or now I think who is 17 years old, in Hayden Haikal.
Hayden Haikal, yeah.
Who won the overall sporting class championship in season 3, so that's going to be something to look forward to. Whether or not he will be able to bring a little bit of his winning luck into the race as well, we shall have to wait and see, as we do see qualifying rounds here happening, and very good stuff here. Tengku Dijan showing it up in terms of keeping it tight to the race line before qualifier is about to begin.
Yeah, the man himself is actually getting a taste of the Fuji Speedway, International Speedway actually, in a virtual world.
In the virtual world, yes. I'm pretty sure that a lot of these drivers have dreamt of, well, basically burning the tarmac of Fuji Speedway. However, they'll have to make do with the virtual track of Fuji Speedway. However, no complaints for them. It's definitely going to be a heck of an experience, as we are going to be following on Brendan Paul for the TGR Sporting Class race. This is the exhibition race between all of our 10 drivers. As away we go, qualifying round begins as we start off this exhibition race.
Yeah, that's Brendan Paul in the red livery right now. He's taking absolutely a feel of the entire track, and a little bit of insight about him. He's a real racer in the real world.
Yeah, all of these guys are actually real racers here. I do like to see how they are actually giving members of our grand finalists a run for their money. Very good amount of understanding for the racing line, a bit of discipline in terms of how they're driving, giving way for other drivers to cut them off, and I do believe that this definitely goes to show that the real world, the real world applications of them is definitely going to give them an advantage here in terms of how they're going to be racing. Look at that, from Brendan Paul staying very good towards the chicanes here, towards the apex as he's heading into the chicanes, and coming out of that final sector turn before going into that long straight.
Yeah, the long straight, a little bit of insight about the long straight. Well, we can actually see that the long straight is really, really long, that it can clock over 280 kilometers per hour. More than that.
Well, definitely more than that, depending on the type of vehicle that the race car that they're going to be using is definitely going to be a very revealing one indeed, as we're going to be seeing 240 kilometers an hour here being achieved by Brendan Paul, picking up quite a bit of speed here. And remember, all of them are going to be using the same car, as we're going to begin with 12 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock. Brendan Paul now starting it out onto the first turn of the first sector, heading out towards the next few turns. Is going to be a very, very good start for them. In terms of time, however, I don't think there's going to be that much of changes here in terms of the time. However, I don't think that it's going to be too too revealing in terms of how they are working it out. But I'm looking forward to seeing how these drivers are going to be taking it into consideration here. And look at that. Hayden Haikal now, I think, is going to be on top with the best time, followed by Alim Chinbang and Mirza Shami. I think that's going to be a very good one here, and I think there's a bit of technical problems here by one of our drivers being experienced. I think it is going to be about 2 minutes across the board here, 2 minutes 1 second in terms of best time being set up by Hayden Haikal.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of changes there for Brendan Paul. He's hiking up the time from Tengku Dijan, and I'm very excited to see how they can apply the real world experience into the virtual world.
Yeah, it is, and I think that what is interesting is that a lot of these drivers as well are basically on even playing ground, on an even level playing field. Excuse me. Why? Because they're going to be using the same the same vehicle. They're not going to be using anything different in terms of the setup of the car. It's going to mostly be around, it's going to be mostly based around their, how to say, their skill as well as their knowledge on Fuji Speedway. Don't know whether or not any of these drivers have actually competed in Fuji Speedway. However, if that's going to be the case, if it's same across the board, then I believe that it's going to be a relatively balanced in terms of the knowledge behind it, as well as how they're going to be competing on this particular track.
Exactly. So we kind of see that Brendan Paul is leading the line for now with a 1.34682 seconds, and he's not that far from Hayden Haikal. So the next lap, there's a little bit of chance for Hayden Haikal to get the pole position from here.
All right, some interesting average times here across the board, about 1.34 for the best laps. However, we do see a little bit of struggles here from some members across the board, but I think that that's only going to be a matter of time before they will be able to get the kinks out and will be able to score better times. 10 minutes across the board for the qualifying rounds could be very revealing for them. It could be one of those moments where they will be able to basically, what's the word for it? Get back into the race by clocking in some really good times. I think that across the board, some very good Sector 1 and Sector 2. Does slow down by quite a bit in Sector 3. However, it is going to be very revealing indeed as we head later on for the last few stages of the qualifying round.
Yeah, Hayden Haikal is still in the second position. He's still yet to beat Brendan Paul's timing, but let's see if we're able to do something special and get the grid position from here. That's
right.
On the red livery. It's actually Daniel. As we see there, most of the races here are really focused, even though it's just a virtual world.
Well, it is going to be very interesting indeed here, as it is, I mean, Fuji Speedway isn't the most, isn't the most complicated, but there are some very complicated moments in between. So I do believe that a lot of our races as well in the super sporty class will not be put in very precarious situations. They've been in these situations in real life before. However, in the simulator, it could be a whole different ballpark for them. It could be, I mean, even some of the audio cues as well as some of the visual cues are very different. Like Tengku Jan said yesterday in the interview, in the post-race interview with Flavor, if I'm not mistaken, he said that it's a lot more visual and a lot more on knowledge comparatively for a real-life race. And I guess that's where some members of the sim racing community will have a bit of an upper edge over our real-life counterparts. Why? Because of that little bit of that visual tick, as well as the knowledge behind it.
Exactly. So that's some words there by Nick, who actually had a little bit of notice that what Tengku Dijan said during the interviews. For those of you guys who just tuned in into the stream, welcome to Toyota GR Velocity Esports Championship 2020, and it is the grand finals day. But right now we are having the exhibition match, and it's going to be really, really amazing because we're into the 7 minute, and we still see Brendan Paul clocking 1.56 right now.
Yeah,
136.
136. Yeah, so it is going to be a very interesting one, as as we do see it here. It's 134 with a 682 of a second. We do see that Hayden Haikal as well, not too far up behind. I think his fastest laps were definitely, his fastest sectors were definitely Sector 1 and Sector 3. Does slow down by quite a bit in Sector 2, but it's still going to be Brendan Paul with the overall best time. And I think that it is his Sector 3 and Sector 2 where he is getting faster and faster.
Yeah, and we also cannot discount this iconic track. As much as most of these racers know about the track, but there are lots of mysteries and also difficulties that they can face in this track.
Yes, definitely true. Looking at it, we're going to be watching from Hayden Haikal here in car, the red livery car. As we do see, he is going to go over into it and get a better time of 134 and 1/84th of a second. That's going to be just slightly a hairline away from Brendan Paul, as we do see some animation here from some of our drivers, a little bit of emoting happening between them, and definitely going to be very interesting to see that a little bit of rivalry is going to be built amongst our drivers heading forward.
Yeah, definitely, man. And we finally see Hayden Haikal going up into the pole position for now after having a better timing than Brendan Paul set early on. And right now, let's see if Brendan Paul can catch up with that. On the other side, we see Tengku Dijan coming up as well.
Well, it's going to be an interesting one here. Tengku Jan right now, I think not having the best of... Oh, actually, he is having quite a good sector here. I have to take back what I said. Going to be closing out into Sector 1. Let's see whether or not his timing will improve. I'm not entirely sure on whether or not there is going to be a change here. Definitely going to be picking up, but Hayden Haikal definitely trailing ahead here in terms of points, excuse me, in terms of time. Getting better and better across the board. And his last lap was 134, 184. So that's going to be very revealing indeed as he closes out the last few sectors. Moving forward, he is already at Sector 3. Already immediately gets quite a better number here, quite a better time moving forward. But we do see Brendan Paul and Tengku Jan not too far behind here. Maybe behind by at least a couple of 1/5 of a second here.
Yeah, let's talk about the last 5 there, Nick. We saw Mirza Shami yet to make the best performance here. Adam Khalid, who had a lot of experience as well, being a real life racer, but he's still on the 9th position for now because his timing is pretty much far away from all the rest of the other racers. On the P8, we see Lim Chun Bang, Freddie Ang on the 7th, and Bradley on the 6th, along with Mark Darwin on the 5th. They still have time because we are having less than 4 minutes on the clock for them to get a proper qualification time.
Alright, as you can see on your screen here, this is the setup. These are all of our races today, working it out amongst each other, trying to get the best of timing, and of course a little bit of bragging rights in the virtual world of Fuji Speedway. And that's going to be a little bit of how to say, not to say an ego boost, a bit of a motivator heading forward here because pole position is so important heading into the race. However, we do see Hayden Haikal as well as Brendan Paul getting very good numbers here.
Yeah, they have been building some kind of close rivalry, man.
Very close here, but I think it is going to be Hayden Haikal that's still ahead by quite a bit. No wonder he is a sensation at a very young age, a very crisp age, still being able to get some very good times. And the simulator goes to show that talent is definitely on the board here.
Absolutely, Hayden Haikal, the golden boy of today's racing world actually. And let's see if he's able to get the pole position for now. So on board right now, we see actually it's Tengku Jan, and he is still having a tough time to beat Brendan's and also Hayden Haikal's timing there, Nick.
Yeah, I think he's having a little bit of time, maybe.
I'm not sure which sector he's having the difficulties.
I think it's mostly towards Sector 2. Sector 1, his times are getting a little bit better, but the margins between him and Brendan Paul is not that far. So I think he does have to make a little bit of micro adjustments across the board. We do see that Daniel onto position number 4, as well as Mark Darwin are making some adjustments. However, it is Sector 1 that seems to be a bit of a problem here. Haikal. Sector 1 and Sector 2, surprisingly, is where he's getting a lot of the numbers the time being shaved off. In Sector 3 is where he suffers just a slight bit. But it is Brendan Paul, it is the inverse here. Sector 2 is where he does pretty well. Not as great as Hayden Haikal, but it's Sector 3 where he actually picks it up. So the amount of acceleration that comes in from that long straight is definitely working out for him. But Sector 1 is, I think, the biggest difference here, and why Hayden Haikal has been able to shave off a lot of time and is still able to maintain it across the board. Don't get me wrong, Brendan Paul and Hayden Haikal, not that much difference. Maybe about 200th of a second here in terms of overall time.
Absolutely, and we saw there's lots of difference in their Sector 3 and also Sector 1. If they're able to master that during the race, that will be very, very efficient for now. Because we saw their weakness in this part.
Yes, I do believe that they do just need to make a little bit of adjustments in terms of their overall times, in terms of their lap times for Sectors 1 for Brendan Paul, and maybe Sector 3 for Hayden Haikal. But it seems that there's only so much. A lot of little adjustments may go a long way for a lot of these drivers, but Hayden Haikal still in the lead with 90 seconds left in qualifying. It's going to be very revealing indeed to see how Hayden Haikal is going to close this out with his final few times.
Exactly, so that's not much of a difference from the P5 all the way to P10. Mark Darwin is still in P5, and he's absolutely having a comfortable time right now. He's still not challenging much to push himself into P4 all the way to P1, and Adam Khalid is still on the 8. And we are less than few seconds away till the qualifiers ends, and we'll be going straight into the race.
Yep, that's going to be very interesting indeed here as we're going to be closing out. Remember, you'll be able to get very good Toyota cars here with Toyota Easy Belly. These are some of the prices that are available. You can check out the monthly promo. You'll be able to get something like a Rush for 748 a month. Terms and conditions, of course, apply. And I don't know about you, but I'm already considering a Yaris already with promotions like that. So it's definitely going to be one of those moments within the race where you will see some very high level action across the board. But judging from what we've been seeing across the qualifying times, it's been very, very good here. And it seems that a lot of our racers are able to translate their real life experience into game, and it's props to them definitely for sure. I mean, even me, a person that plays a lot of video games myself, will not be able to do what they do, and it just goes to show that the learning curve that they had was basically very minimal considering that they had real life experiences.
Yeah, and finally we see Daniel taking over Tengku Jan onto P3, man. That timing was absolutely perfect. I thought it's going to be Tengku Jan in the P3, but then he got it into the P3 actually, yeah.
And it seems that there's going to be a little bit of looks and glances being exchanged by our drivers here. A little bit of friendly glances across the board. And it seems that the competition is going to get stiff here despite the fact that it's an exhibition race.
Yep. it's going to be a fun one.
It's going to be a fun one indeed. It's always great to see a lot of our racers having good laughs amongst each other and exchanging, I don't know whether it's competitive or threatening glances. I'm not entirely sure. But it
we will find out real soon. We will find out real soon.
We have to find out real soon. And it seems that some of them already are, making some jokes amongst each other.
Yeah.
Good to see some very light-hearted and very fun exchanges being had across the races. However, I'm wondering whether or not that level of fun and good spirit will still be the case once it's lights out and full speed ahead.
Well, that is something for us to watch right now. So that is the great position where we see Hayden Haikal will be having the front, the pole position. Yeah, the pole position, alongside with Brandon and also the rest of the other races. Tengku Dijan into the fourth side actually, yeah.
All right, so let's look at our top 5. Hayden Haikal, Brandon Paul, Daniel Tengku Jan, as well as Mark Darwin are going to be heading
sustaining
top
that
5. Yes, they have been, and this is going to be interesting here. Tengku Jan fell down from number 3 all the way to number 4. Whether or not that will change up. Here we go, and lights up, and there we go. Full speed ahead with Hayden Haikal leading the charge. Brendan Paul not too far behind. Mark Darwin will be able to take over Daniel. Adam Khalid takes over onto Bradley Benedict, and we do see Tengku Jan fall down onto 7th spot. We do see quite a bit here as they are going to be going onto that first turn, and a little bit of off-road encounters here across the board, but it's not going to be too crazy as still it is going to be Brendan Paul on top with Hayden Haikal not too far behind.
Yeah, the start was absolutely amazing, but right now we see the close rivalry between Brandon Paul and also Hayden Haikal closing in the gaps between, I would say this is really, really close, man. And there is Brandon Paul right now. Hayden Haikal into P2. Well, Tengku Dijan fall all the way to P7. Well, he had the P4 earlier on, so I guess that was a bad start from him. But never mind to that, as we see the two top right now are actually battling each other all the way right now.
It's going to be a fight for first place here between Brendan Paul and Hayden Haikal. Daniel and Darwin are going to be holding on to positions 3 and 4. Mirza Shami as well as Tengku Jan. Tengku Jan being able to claw his way up from position number 7. Definitely big props there coming in from the Prince of Drift. Will he be able to drift his way up to second place? Well, first place, we shall have to wait and see. Brendan Paul there Very disciplined in how he's been taking the chicanes out of Sector 3 as he head into that long straight onto the finish line here. It is going to be lap number 1 in the pocket with Brendan Paul still ahead.
Yeah, a long stretch of the entire track. And right now we see Brendan Paul has a long gap behind him, so there's not much of a slipstream, but there might be a lot of challenges coming in from P2 all the way to P5. We're into turn 1 right now. And here is Hayden Haikal, tries to take the inside line, but Brendan Paul defends it absolutely well. And here we almost there, man.
Brendan Paul almost losing it after that turn. Luckily enough was able to show his experience and recover.
He's
really
coming closer again.
Yes, and Hayden Haikal actually building up the draft here and trying to put a little bit of pressure on the Brendan Paul. Brendan Paul seemingly unfazed here, having been pressured by quite a bit in the Gazoo Racing Festival. Definitely going to not be an unfamiliar feeling for him. However, with someone like Hayden Haikal on your rearview mirror, is definitely going to be rather intimidating, considering that the amount of space between Paul and Haikal is very close indeed.
Oh, Haikal, he takes the outside line. Oh, he beats it in! And Brendan Paul goes to P2, and Hayden Haikal takes the lead, but there is a little bit of chance, but he still defends it absolutely well. And Hayden Haikal goes into P1. Brendan Paul left out, but Brendan Paul has a chance here, but no, not yet.
Hayden Haikal definitely coming a bit close here. Hayden Haikal will be able to hold on towards that first position. Very nicely done from Haikal. And it seems that Brendan Paul got a little bit careless in terms of defending it. It was nice coming in from the young sensation that is Hayden Haikal moving forward into this race.
Yeah, there is something to watch. And also on the back positions, we see Tengku Dijan is climbing up all the way from P7, and he's into P4 if I'm not mistaken. Because right now the camera's focusing on the races, so we can't actually see. Maybe you can see over there. Yeah.
Yeah, we can. And we do see that coming in from Hayden Haikal, still going to be relatively well. Daniel will be able to take down Mark Darwin. Tengku Dijan comes up to position number 5, but it's still Mirza Shami that goes and closes the door onto Tengku Dijan. Tengku Dijan a little bit flustered here, still has to remain collected and will try to put in a little bit more pressure onto him as we move forward into this race. It is going to be a good one here, as we do see Hayden Haikal still on first position, Brendan Paul not too far behind, Daniel as well as Darwin in position number 3 and 4, and Mirza Shami in position number 5, making out our top 5 spots.
Yeah, the battle is on for the top 3 right now. Hayden Haikal is still leading the line, and we are approaching into turn 10 right now. And here is Tengku Dijan. He's actually climbing. He went to 7, and he falls to 5th again, and he goes into 6th right now. And there is him in the white livery, tries to close the gap he had in front of him there. And here is Mirza Shami, waiting for Mirza Shami to make a mistake, closing in the gap. Will he able to? Oh, Mirza, almost, he lost a little bit of control there.
Almost lost a little bit of control, but Tengku Dijan behind him.
There you
Tengku
go.
Dijan gets ahead of Mirza Shami. Mirza Shami not too far behind. He still has the inside line. Tengku Dijan gets ahead.
That is what we call.
No. Almost.
Hold on.
We do see Tengku Dijan still ahead. And it is going to be a close one here between Mirza Shami and Tengku Dijan, as both of them are going to exchange a little bit of glances heading into that long straight.
Yeah, they might go side by side, and they are going into the turn 1. It's a close combat between Mirza Shami and also Tengku Dijan right now. Will he able to hold on right now? Still, I'm not sure what's going to happen over here. And Tengku Dijan goes in.
Nicely done.
Yes.
But Mirza Shami still has quite a bit, but no, Tengku Dijan has the outside line. Closes the door onto Mirza Shami and steals position number 5. Very good progress here from Tengku Dijan, falling off from position number 4 all the way to position number 7 and slowly clawing his way up 2 positions actually into position number 5. We're going to be going into Brendan Paul. Still going to be a very close fight here between Haikal and Brendan Paul. Haikal on the defense, Paul on the offense, but it seems that the space between Paul and Haikal is getting bigger and bigger with Haikal in the lead. He does spot it out. Brendan Paul now trying to get back into the inside racing line and will try to deny Hayden Haikal from trying to get, will try
Haikal will try to deny Paul, but Paul from the inside steals it away from Hayden Haikal. Very cunning indeed from Paul towards Haikal and steals position number 1 away from Haikal.
Yeah, this is going to be a close combat between Brandon Paul and also Hayden Haikal. This is absolutely amazing, and right now we still see Tengku Dijan climbing up all the way to P5 right now. He's just right behind Mark Darwin, and we are approaching into the lap 5 out of 10, and we are going into the turn 1, and we are seeing a close combat between Brandon Paul and also Hayden Haikal, and this time we see Hayden Haikal going up again.
Paul now going on the outside turn here.
Oh, a little bit of bump there.
A little bit of tire-to-tire action.
Oh.
Haikal loses a little bit of control, but Haikal shows why he's a sensation, gets back into it, gets the control, and still maintains position number 1. 5 more laps to go. We're halfway through the race, and it seems that Haikal is pretty much comfortable with the amount of space he has between Paul. But it has been a very close one between Paul and Haikal. Both of them jostling for positions 1 and 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not sure if this is an exhibition match, because this looks like a close rivalry taking on in a virtual world right now. So right now we see Adam Khalid on P8.
Oh, Adam
he goes
Khalid.
off the grid, man, and he's gonna lose lots of traction there, and we still see Freddie Ang with a penalty.
Yep, it seems that there's going to be a short little penalty there working out for them, but I do see that it is going to be a very interesting one here, as we do see quite a bit across the board. It is still going to be Hayden Haikal onto the first spot. Brandon Paul still trying to catch up as close as he can. It is going to be very close. Paul getting closer and closer towards Haikal. Daniel still quite far behind here. Hayden Haikal closes that racing line from the outside to the inside, but Brandon Paul comes in. Could be close, but no cigar for Brandon Paul as Hayden Haikal closes the door.
Yeah, I like the one part is Daniel is still chasing the top 2 there. He's just waiting for either one to make a mistake, and we go into the pit right now. Let's see what are the strategies they're going to use right now, Nick.
Well, they're going to be changing some of them, changing into racing soft tires. I think this is going to be a good one. We do see a large majority of these drivers are going to be holding into the pit. I don't think that Tengku Jan as well as Malaysia Shami are going to go change into the pit as well. Tengku Jan still ahead, trying to get as much of a lead as he can. But it's going to be between Daniel and Tengku Jan. Tengku Jan now in second spot. Brandon Paul in third. Malaysia Shami in fourth. Freddie Ang in fifth. Hayden Haikal in sixth. Quite a bit of a drop. However, Tengku Jan still needs to go into the pit later on.
Yeah, he still needs to go into the pit right now. We are into lap 6 out of 10, and we are approaching turn number 7 right now. And it's actually leading right now. It's going to be Daniel, but he still needs to go into the pit as well, man.
Yeah, Daniel still ahead. Tengku Jan not too far behind, and it seems that the steely-eyed Tengku Jan looking to add a little bit more pressure onto Daniel by closing out the distance. But we do see here, Brandon Paul still in a very good position, was able to climb up. Oh, nicely done here. Tengku Jan lost a little bit of control out of that turn, and Brandon Paul took advantage of it. Will immediately pass him and hit into position number 2. Tengku Jan now a little bit disappointed in position number 3, but it's not going to stop him from trying to climb and put pressure onto Brandon Paul.
Yeah, Brandon Paul in P2 right now, and we also see he had incredible timing earlier on. Will he able to sustain that? We will wait and see. Onto the green, into the red livery right now. It's actually, can't see much over here, man.
Yeah, we have to see it over here.
Yeah, it's Hayden Haikal.
There we go. Hayden Haikal now slowly going up against Freddie Ang.
Side by
side. I think that is going to be a bit of a moment. He's going to take the inside line, whereas Freddie Ang is going to take the outside line. We have to wait and see whether or not Hayden Haikal will be able to close that line onto him, getting halfway through.
Yeah, turn 1, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, nicely done from Hayden Haikal, taking in that inside line and sealing it away from Freddie Ang.
Yeah, he doesn't want the rivalry between them. He wants to rival Brandon Paul early on. He's chasing Brandon Paul all the way, and Daniel is still leading the line on the top. And we also see Adam Khalid climbing up all the way to P5 at the back. Mark Darwin dropped down all the way to P6, and Tengku Jan in P7 most probably went to the pit.
Yeah, he most probably went to the pit. Very unfortunate here coming in from members of, from Hayden Haikal and Tengku Jan. However, it is going to be Hayden Haikal that takes advantage of this, holding on to his position number 3, and we do see that it could be a podium finish for
Daniel, Brendan Paul, as well as Hayden Heikal. Hayden Heikal taking a little bit too much of the apex there coming out. Almost loses a little bit of balance here. As we do see Brendan Paul still has Daniel in his sights.
Yeah, he still he has Daniel in his sight. We are approaching into the 10-16 and we will go for the long straight. And right now, maybe Brendan Paul can have the chance from here if Daniel makes a mistake.
If he does, however, it is just going to be a long straight. I doubt there's going to be any mistakes being made from the side of Daniel. However,
go into the pit,
he has to be very careful indeed. It might go into the pit, and this could actually offer. No, he's not going to go into the pit. He has to be very careful of that first turn after that long straight. That could be the difference. If he breaks too soon or he breaks too late. Yes, Brendan Paul, very smart indeed here. Going onto the outside line and tries to go into the inside line. Tries to go whiplash into it but doesn't get anything out of it. And Daniel will still be able to maintain that spot. And I do believe that it is going to be coming in from Brendan Paul still onto second spot. Not that much differences as you can see from our drivers there. Full focus. Hayden Heikal now still trying to get closer and closer towards him. But a slight little penalty here. 1.5 seconds of penalty onto Hayden Heikal. Definitely a very unfortunate penalty for him. Might actually put him in a bit of a detrimental position. However, with 2 more laps remaining, which I have to wait and see how our drivers are working it out. Daniel now against Paul, but Daniel now on the defense, whereas Paul on the offense.
Yeah, and Daniel still trying to hold on his position. He's getting the pressure from Brendan Paul. Brendan Paul made a lot of smart moves early on. He might take it right now. A little bit of bump there. And still the rivalry is on very close. Is what Nick said early on. And he is still approaching into the 10-16 and the long way to go from here. A little bit of a grip loss there by Brendan Paul.
As we do see now, Daniel still holding on towards that last few laps. It is going to be lap number 9 in the books with Daniel as well as Brendan Paul holding on towards positions number 1 and 2.
Look at this.
Wow, nicely done from Brendan Paul. Picking it up and gets it out onto the racing line. Daniel has been denied. Brendan Paul doesn't close, slams the door onto Daniel and takes the first place.
He just came out like a flash, man. That was absolutely unexpected by Brendan Paul. And he goes into P1 right now, holding on to his position, and the pressure is on from Daniel right now.
Daniel now still pushing on towards Paul though. Paul has to be very wary. He cannot have any moments where he loses
This is like a chess game, man.
It is a chess game. And look at that. The lines that they are taking is just very good coming in from both sides. I do believe that coming in from them, it is going to be very close. However, we do see that coming in from Paul as well as Daniel, it is very close. I like how Paul actually closed down onto Daniel and was very good at making sure that it was not going to be the case here for Brendan Paul to steal it away from him.
Yeah, Tankudi-chan climbing the Fuji mountain again. He's into P4, and let's see what he's able to do right now. Here's Daniel again. Try to battle up Brendan Paul, and we are approaching into the 10-16 and the long way straight. This is the best time to do overtaking because this is going to involve a lot of high speed, and it's going to be either one makes the mistake and either one is going to go into the first position.
Brendan Paul now still ahead, however Daniel not too far behind. We do see Hayden Heikal still has about 1 second to cut away from his penalty. So we do see now that as they close out, Brendan Paul still quite ahead by a huge margin.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we are into lap 10 out of 10. This is the final lap of the race. Let's see who gets into the first position. And right now we see a look of Mirza Shami in P8. This is the battle that's happening in the back, and I'm not sure what's going on, but Adam Khalid is in P7. And Bradley and also Lim Chung Bae are not having a good time, Nick.
They're not having a good time indeed here, but it seems that there is going to be a bit of a fight here.
Oh, look at this, look at this.
Look at that. Mirza Shami comes in, tries to get the outside line. However, the inside line is good from Adam Khalid. Adam Khalid now going against one another, and it seems that it is going to be Mirza Shami that gets ahead into position number 7 and leaving Adam Khalid behind. Adam Khalid now trying to get back into it. A little bit of a tire action here, but let's move back up towards them as we do see that Mirza Shami now is going to be left behind in position number 8.
Yeah.
Adam Khalid's got to get rid of that penalty though. He's got to slow down by just a little bit before he closes out the final lap. As we do see Brandon Paul as well as Daniel still going to be holding on towards that first and second spot, and it seems that the gap between them and that's the final sector.
Yeah, it's
it
really
is
far
going
away.
to be Brandon Paul that comes up on top here as we close out the race. Not too far behind him is going to be Hayden Haikal that was able to come up and back into it, stealing second place away from Daniel from the very last second. There he is on the screen. Brandon Paul with a big win. Third place is going to go over to Daniel. And Tengku Jan comes in at fourth. A very good advance here from Tengku Jan.
Yeah.
From position number 7, being able to climb up 3 positions into position number 4.
Exactly. The last man standing, we finally see, is actually Brandon Paul. He faced a lot of challenges from Hayden Haikal, but in the end of the day, he still showed who is the man of the track. And we also saw a little bit of impressive movements from Tengku Jan, climbing from P7 all the way to P4.
Now, even though that was very impressive coming in from all of our races, it is still going to be Hayden Haikal, who is the fastest man on the track
Yes.
here, with 1 minute and 34 seconds across the board. I think that a lot of that came from section 3 and sectors 1 and 3, where he was able to get it. And this is your official results. Congratulations, a big win for Brandon Paul.
Yeah, the man himself, Brandon Paul, is the champion for this.
All right, so there's not going to be much disputes here. I think it's going to be exhibition race. I doubt there's going to be
It's not
any
even like
controversy or drama. But it seems that there is going to be some very good. There's going to be very good. How to say? There's going to be very good. There's going to be very good. How to say? Disputes here, very friendly banter amongst them. However, not that much controversy. Not that much controversy between them.
You are
sorry
using
about
the
that.
force. He's using the force,
I was using
guys.
the force. I was
Yes.
using the force. Sorry about that. So anyway, looking at how it works out, right? I do believe that it was a very good one. I like the fact that there was a bit of a fight between Hayden Haikal and Brandon Paul, and it was actually very good to see how they both were actually able to get back into it. It was a very, how to say, revealing in terms of how these races were going up against one another, how they were trying to basically try to jostle for position. And I think the biggest fight that we got to see was basically between Paul and Daniel,
Yeah.
which I think was very
But
good.
Daniel came later on. It was
But
Haikal
Daniel came-
earlier on.
Yeah, exactly. It was Haikal
Yeah,
at
and
first.
then Brandon Paul was like, you know, you are not the man that I need to face. I need to face someone else. But he went far away, and then we saw the rivalry happen between Daniel and Haikal, and Brandon Paul just hold on to his position all the way to the checkered flag.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but I think that's going to be all for our very exciting super sporting drivers for the exhibition race. We are going to take a short little break for advertisements, and we've got a lot more in store for you guys because after this, it's going to be the grand finals, race number 2.
Yep.
But before that, let's take a look at the results here. It is going to be Brandon Paul in first position, Hayden Haikal in second, Daniel in third, John in fourth, Ang in 5th, Darwin in 6th, Khalid in 7th, Shami in 8th, Bradley in 9th, and Chun Bang in 10th. Definitely going to be a very good one here indeed in terms of the results. However, we've got so much more ahead for you guys. We still got the grand final race number 2 that is waiting in store, waiting and lurking in the shadows for you guys. I can't wait to see what's going to be happening. Is reverse grid coming up next, and we shall see you in a bit. So don't you dare go anywhere. We'll be back.
I talk about
で乗って東富士で乗ったり富士スピードウェイで乗ったり、本社で乗ったり、ここ絆で乗ったりいろいろ乗ってきましたけれども、なんか最近やっと会話が成り立つっていうか、会話を両方で、し始めたっていう感じがしてます。僕はね、この車の開発にあたってどうしてプロを使うかというのは、この車はもともとね、勝つために作る車なんですね。WRC 参戦をし、それまでのトヨタは市販車をいかに、スポーツ走行、モータースポーツのプロの世界に持っていくかという、そっちの流れを逆に勝つために作った車を逆に市販車に使っていただく、その流れを大きく変えた、最初の車が僕このヤリス、GR ヤリスだと思ってます。そういう意味ではその出発点のところをプロに、お願いをして、こういうポテンシャリティがあれば勝てる車になるよと。でそこを出発点にして一般の公道でも走れるような、これ簡単なことでしょうけど簡単なことじゃないんです。いや、それはね、この車というのはね、ここまでやったら、OK だってことは多分ないと思うんですね。でバージョン1から買っていただいた方も、それから途中から買っていただく方も、これからさらに後から買っていただく方も、最後の仕上げはやはり使い手である皆さんだと思います。そんなどんな使われ方をするのか、こんな使い方したんだ、私はもっと違うぞというね、その最後まで相棒としてね、最後の仕上げ、最後の味付けを使ってもらう方の味に染めていただくためのタレはできたっていう感じですから、そういう意味では最後の最後までね、どんな最後味付けされるのかなという、その最終のちょっと前までね、森蔵はこだわっていきたいと思います。今までのトヨタの生産の車はいかにお客様をお待たせしないか、ということで、作ってまいりました。この車は一台一台ほぼ手作り状態で、本当にその工業製品としては、そのばらつきがある中を、そのばらつきをミニマイズ、しかもそのレベルは、コンマなんとかのレベルでですね、現場では、みんな心を込めて作っています。ですからちょっと待っていただくかもしれませんが、そんな中にもお手元に届いた時には、その一人一人の、そして、この車に関わった全ての部品メーカーも含め、全ての人たちの愛情がこもってますから、ぜひとも可愛がっていただきたいなと思っています。そうです、この辺りになると思いますけれども、森蔵のサインをファーストエディションには入れさせていただきました。そのサインが消したくなるなんていうふうに言われないよう、私も日々精進をして、もっといい車作りのセンサーは磨いていきたいと思いますし、その森蔵が絡んだ、この車の味ってのはこうだったんだなという味を楽しんでいただき、最後の仕上げは皆さんにお願いし、末永く、可愛がっていただきたいなというふうに思います。これはアートと言っていただきたいんですが、私は最近、会社の中のいろんな広場がありますと、私のタイヤ痕のアートをつけるようにしております。以前のトヨタ自動車だったらきっと本家がやってきて、なんだこの後は始末書を書けという会社でしたけども、最近これをアートと言ってくれる人が増えました。もっといい車作りの同志が増えてきたということだと思います。そういう意味ではみんなに感謝をしたいと思います。ありがとう。 を100万台単位でばらつきなく作るっていうのが誰でもできることじゃないです。
We have been working on GRES development with professional drivers such as Mr. Ishiura, Mr. Oshima, and WRC drivers. In order to meet this high standard, we needed to make new production line, a production line for racing car quality.
In order to achieve the required quality, we have added special glue which is 11 meters longer than other models, and we added 200 welding points.
For GR Yaris, we tried to minimize the weight of the body panel located apart from the center of mass.
This engine can bring very high performance. We are making race car engines.
Pursuing racing car quality, we assembled body to chassis on the surface plate.
We use an equipment that we can measure alignment without stressing tire. Master skills worker adjusts the alignment. Both processes are unique to GR Yaris.
What we are aiming for is to build a car with such precision and balance. Customer can participate in the race as it is. It was a big challenge for us to change the way of thinking behind manufacturing. Please write. I am sure you will be pleased.
Toyota, all about the drive.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Toyota GR Velocity Esports Championship 2020. And this is Matthias Isaac, and also alongside with me, the racing expert, Victor Ang.
Thank you very much, Matthew, for that intro. Yep, so we have already concluded grand final race 1, and now we're going to be going into race number 2, and this is going to be a doozy. It's going to be a completely different track, completely different car, so the parameters for the win now is completely reset. These drivers are going to have to fight it out really hard because this race number 2 is going to be in reverse grid.
Absolutely, so 10 races will be battling for the prize pool of 70,000. Wow, that's a lot.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah, and let's not also forget about our sponsors of the event. Actually, it's Toyo Tires alongside with Denso, and also TRD Toyota Development and Racing Development. And let's not forget about our partners, which is Enkai Drive Energy Drink alongside with Moti.
Yep. So this grand final race number 2 is going to be raced at the Autopolis International Racing Course. This is a racetrack that is set in Japan. The car they're going to be driving is a Toyota FT1 Vision. And for those who are not familiar with what this car is, this is actually the prototype, or rather the concept car that eventually became the GR Supra.
Absolutely. So, Victor, talk us about the first race that happened in the grand finals.
Oh man, I mean, there was so much to talk about there. I mean, for one, Touch Ayman is showing a lot of potential there because of his race strategy. But basically, he only completed the first lap on the medium tires and then switched to soft tires for the rest of the race. And what essentially that meant was that he was running on a completely different strategy than the rest of the grid, and it actually worked out very well for him because by the time we reached the end, he was already catching up to Mio and in fact actually passed him on that last lap. So it goes to show that this is a strategy that can actually be applied. The question is whether or not this strategy can also apply to the other tracks. That remains to be seen. But if the other drivers cannot find a good answer to that race strategy, Touch Ayman might be in a good position in this championship.
Alright, so that's the result of the grand finals. Race 1, where on pole position is actually Touch Izrin Ayman. He's on 25 points, and into P2 is Mio Muhammad Hafiz taking 18 points. Rio Pandukusuma on to P3 with 15 points. Louis Kid aka Sony Gazoo on 12 points in P4. Alongside with P5 is Arif bin Roslan taking 10 points. And on P6 we see Muhammad Iqbal bin Ahmad Suji taking home 8 points. Alongside with on to P7 Muhammad Afif bin Suhaimi 6 points. P8 Chong Kai Cheng into he's taking 4 points, and Chao Jen Ye in P9 taking 2 points, and a sad moment for Mo Shua Jing, which is only going to bring 1 point in P10. But he has advantage right now because it's going to be in reverse grid.
That's right. So Mu Xuan Jing, despite having a bad race 1, is going to be able to make a good comeback here, I expect, in race number 2, because he's going to be in the front row together with Chao Jin Ye. So plenty of opportunities for him to try to make up for that first race there. But he's going to be facing a lot of challenges from behind. Particularly, I want to see how the race will turn out for our top 3 in the championship right now, which is Touch Izrin, Mior Muhammad Hafiz, and Rio Pandukusuma, because these guys will be fighting their way up the grid here. And if they are able to place higher compared to the rest of them, they will actually be able to take a significant lead in the championship, particularly for Rio. If Rio is able to take full advantage of the fact that he's leading in front of the 2 championship leaders at the moment, he could actually potentially climb back up in points and maybe even give a proper championship fight when we get into race number 3.
Absolutely. So for those of you guys who are actually watching, there is lots of giveaways as well. So stay tuned in the stream. Look out in the comment section below, and there might be questions popping out, and you could be the lucky person to win and bring something special from us. So have a look on it and don't miss that out. It's going to be on the stream, so stay here until we finish this entire event. So we'll be going into the race real soon there, Victor. So Victor, looking at the race number 2, we are going into Autopolis International Racing Course, and this is one exciting track. So maybe talk us a little bit about the track.
Well, for one, this is it's a Grand Prix style track, but it's never actually hosted an F1 Grand Prix before. But this is very familiar to motor racing fans in Japan because it's been used in the Super GT series. It's a very technical track, actually. There's a lot of slow sectors, particularly Sector 2 has a very tight hairpin and kind of a technical section that leads up to there. So it's going to be very imperative for the drivers to have a clean line through there, because immediately after that, there's actually a good spot for them to accelerate, which is right here after this left-hand band. This is exactly where they can go full throttle and rush to the next hairpin. So this will be a very prime overtaking spot for some of these drivers here. We can actually nail that second sector.
Yeah, so the car that's going to be used is the Toyota FT1 Vision Gran Turismo. What do you think about this?
Well, the car itself, I mean, it's again, this was a car that eventually became the GR Supra, but this
look at that, it's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, it's using like a racing trim at the moment, so you can see the wide body kits, the large tires. I mean, this pretty much is what we would consider like a GT3 or a GTE type car. So it's a lot more powerful compared to the base model Supra, the street version of the Supra. It's got a lot more downforce, a lot more grip, so we can see these guys push the limits of this car a lot harder compared after that first race.
So that's a little insight about the race car that's we're going to use in this tournament. So Victor, how about the races? Who do you think the potential names that is battling for the 70,000 prize pool? Who do you think that is going to be the champion? We know we can't predict anyone, anything can happen, but who are the names that you want to watch?
Well, I'm definitely watching out those the bottom
Bottom
guys.
three,
Yeah, the guys who are going to start in the back of the grid here, because like how many places they actually make up after that start there is going to determine a lot when it comes to the championship battle. But particularly for those guys who are going to be starting in the front there, this is going to be their opportunity to make up more points there for the actual race. So speaking of which, we're going to be going to the starting grid.
Yeah, we are in Police International Racing Course, and it's going to be the Grand Finals Race 2 alongside with me, Matthews, and also Victor Ang, and it's going to be exciting. Let's look forward is what's going to happen in this race 2.
That's right, so Swan Jane, Jenya will be filling out the front row, but they're going to be very nervous about what's going to be happening behind them because they know that if anyone is going to be able to get a good start on them, they could be in trouble when it comes to that race. Waiting for the lights to go out, and it's a go! Good start for all the guys in front so far. Iqbal Suji trying to find some clean air in front of him and to try and possibly outbreak going into the inside turn, but look at that! A bit of a defensive move there coming for Kai Chang, so Iqbal had to move out of the way. Kai Chang, oh, he actually went a little bit off onto the curb there, getting a bit of contact 3 wide now as they're going down towards the next few turns. Look at that, Kai Chang
That's not a bump over there, man!
Yeah, Kai Chang's forcing Iqbal Suji to try to get back on track here, but Iqbal still able to hold on.
You gotta watch that out, you gotta watch that out!
Yeah, it looks like it's Afif Suhaimi this time who actually gets up in front of Iqbal. So Afif now is up into P3, but Iqbal is going to try to make a counter-attack happen right after this hairpin. He is in the perfect setup for that, but he gets a little bit loose on the exit now, but he still does have the trap from Afif Suhaimi. Meantime, Chao Jianye still continuing to lead at the moment. Swan Jing already leading by country mile there.
Wow, that's a long way to go for him there. And having a look onto the P10 there, Wu Kid, who's also known as Sony Gazoo, having a tough time and a bad start, I would say.
Yeah, I think he didn't quite get the start he was looking for. He's dropped all the way near towards the back of the grid. Practically at the back of the grid now. Mio Hafiz is leading the trio of the championship battle, which is Mio Hafiz in front of Tash Ayman, who is in front of Rio. They're currently at 7, 8, and 9 respectively. They still have a lot of other drivers in front to try to make up for, but it looks like this championship battle is still looking pretty hot.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is only the lap 1, and there's lots of potential and chances for all the races to climb all the way to the top. And right now we are on board with Afif Suhaimi. He's into P3, but that's not much of a changes in the back 5 there, man.
Yeah, not at all yet. I mean, right now it's mostly about trying to manage the race at the moment. We just completed our first lap, so Swan Jing will be the first one to get past the line. Jenya is being chased very closely by Afif Suhaimi, who has actually gotten a bit of a trap. Yes, he has slipstream, but
a little bit of bump there.
Jenya is blocking him completely going into that first turn, so Afif cannot find an opening at all. He had to back up, but look at that, Jenya backed up a little bit too much on the exit, so Afif Suhaimi is able to slip past him and take away P2.
You know what's amazing about virtual racing? It looks as real as it gets, because just now we witnessed Afif Suhaimi braking while we see the disc brakes are getting red.
Yeah, red hot. I mean, exactly how it is in real life as well. So that's the thing. Gran Turismo has been doing an excellent job.
Excellent job in my opinion, man.
All the details in motorsports inside this game here. I mean, it practically feels like a real thing, especially if you talk to any of these drivers that are racing right now. They're certainly racing for real. Now, Iqbal Suji currently in P4, kind of being chased now to Jenya. He did see Afif already make the pass now. He knows that he wants to continue to bring the fight to the lead there. He has to get past Jenya, but he needs to find the right opportunity to do so. They're just running around the second hairpin now. This is a little bit shallower compared to the first, so they don't quite have to run out there in order to try to get close in to their rival, but Iqbal Suji is still keeping a relatively tight gap here of 0.7 seconds.
Absolutely, we are approaching into the turn 15, and that's not much of a changes in the back yet. Wu Kid and also Kai Chang definitely had a bad start, and they are still holding on at the back. They are pretty much far away from all the rest of the races.
Yeah, indeed. I'm going to be very curious to see what the lap times will be by the time we get to lap 3, but it looks like Swan Jing is doing a heck of a job
he's
in the lead.
Doing a great job, man. That is sounding him.
Yeah, he's pulling ahead, like he's 2.4 seconds ahead now of the rest of the grid. He's just set a lap time of 1:45, so he's certainly having a very good pace at the moment. But Afif Suhaimi also in the 1:45s as well. Jenya is slowly slipping back a little bit
coming in P3 at the moment. He's only set at 146 so far, as does Iqbal Suji. So Iqbal is actually being held back somewhat because of Jenya being in front of him. In the meantime though, looks like we're having a battle for P8. Arif Loslan now having to defend against Kai Chang, left it a little bit wide on the exit, but he really is able to pull back in here and make sure he can keep defending his line against Kai Chang. But the next few corners here are going to be very technical. So Kai Chang and Arif Loslan, they need to follow very closely here in order for Kai Chang to have a chance in order to make an overtake as the straight is coming up soon.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we are into lap 3 out of 18. It's still the early set of the race right now, and we still see a lot of fruit sectors being shown there by P6 all the way to P10. They're mustering up, but there's still a little bit of changes in sector 3 for Jenya and also Iqbal Suji, man.
Yeah, I think Jenya didn't really improve much on his sector 3 time here. Well, Huanjing still continue to carry like the best sector 3 time at the moment, so he's still able to stay ahead quite a bit. But I have to say though, Arif Roslan's time is very, very good. He's set at 143. That's the fastest of everyone so far in this session, and it's certainly helping him in his battle right now against Kai Chang. So we'll have to see whether or not he'll be able to translate that into more positional changes. But I would say Mio Hafiz, Taj Aiman, and Rio right now they're at P5, 6, and 7 respectively. So they're slowly making their way to traffic. I think it's going to be a little while before they'll start challenging Swanjing, Afif, and Jenya for the podium.
Yes, as we are going to complete into the lap 4 out of 18 on board, we see Jenya is having a very, very tough time there to chase up the two leaders on the top. He's still in the back there, but we see the lead is still on for Sean, and Iqbal Suji on P4 right now. The camera's on him, and still, there's a little bit of change there. We see Wookie climbing up all the way to P8, man.
Yeah, I think Mior, Taj, and Rio
Mior dropped it all the way to 8,
they're swapping out the tires. So all three of these guys are following the same strategy. They started on the medium tires. Now they're swapping to the soft tires, and they're going to try to use soft tires for the rest of the race. So they've already done their obligation, which is to use either medium or hard during the race. So now it's going to be soft tires all the way for Mior, Taj Aiman, and Rio.
Yeah, the strategies are set by all of the races, and this is going to be something very, very iconic, because we are into lap 4 out of 18. Not much of a change still. Mio Hafiz just goes into the pit as well earlier on, and Sean is still leading the line. That is Jen.
Iqbal actually having
he's closing in there.
Yeah, he's closing in. He's going to try to have a look around the outside, but Jenya covers him off there to try to
make
defend.
a mistake now.
Yeah, no mistakes so far, but Jenya is still holding the line very, very well, keeping the inside nice, clean, and tidy. Iqbal not finding an opening quite yet. He still has to wait until he gets to the main straight there before he will have a chance, but he might actually make a lot of gains here through this final sector, because Jenya seems to be going a little bit wide towards the end here of this final sector. There is still going to be a long right-hand turn that's coming up, so Iqbal could find that to be a good opportunity to get right up against Jenya's tail and hopefully get a trap coming out onto the main straight.
Yeah, looking at Iqbal Suji, he has a very good sector 3 timing there compared to the other 3 front leaders that's leading the line right now, and he's not taking much advantage of that.
You know, Iqbal Suji just went into the pit, so he was on the medium tires early on. I think he's going to be swapping to the softs now, while Jenya still stays out on track, so he stays in P3 at the moment. So now, looking at Kai Chang, he's going to be able to come out just in front of Mior Hafiz, who just came out of the pits. So Woikid and Arif Roslan still continuing their battle at the moment for P4, but Kai Chang looking like he might actually want to have a look on this battle here, because he's getting up alongside. Actually, Mior Hafiz getting up alongside him, overtakes him from the inside and gets up into P6. He's currently the one who is leading this battle here between him, Taj Aiman, and Rio.
Yeah, Wukid also climbs all the way to P5, and Rio drops all the way to P10, and he's having a perfect sector timing from sector 1 all the way to sector 3, but still a lot of things to do in order for him to climb all the way to the top.
Yeah, Mior now is bringing the chase. He's already pulling away from Kai Chang, so he knows that he just need to get past both Woikid and Arif Roslan in order to try to bring a challenge now for the podium. So it's still going to be a while though, because he's still only on lap 5. He is on the soft tires. He's having a nice fresh set here, so he could actually have a lot of advantage here compared to Arif Roslan as well as Woikid.
Look at that. The engine, the sound of the... it just looks as real. I mean, you can really feel it. It's especially if you're sitting right here, and if you're actually watching on the TV as well, you can feel the roar of the engine, which is the most exciting thing for any racing fans.
I mean, kudos to the sound guys here. I mean, they did a really good job setting up the speakers. We feel so immersed right now with all the engine sounds coming out. So Roykit now still continuing his chase on the RF Ruslan. He hasn't quite found the gains he needs yet, though he has a very good sector one time. So he's going to try to use that advantage to exploit the battle right now between him and RF Ruslan, but still can't quite close the gap. He's losing out in the last sector there, so that's preventing him from being able to set up an overtake on RF Ruslan. But Mio Hafiz now, I'll tell you what, he actually got a really good drive off of Roykit on that last run, so he might actually have a potential to make an overtaking move once we reach into sector 2.
Yeah, the perfect timing on the sector 1, but a long way to go onto the sector 2 as well. And we still see Mio Hafiz right now on the cameras. It's a close battle between Wukit and also RF Ruslan, but we also see lots of changes. And here we go, Wukit goes into P5.
Hafiz going on the inside here, he bumps out Wukit out of the line there and takes away P5. And Wukit now trying to defend against Iqbal Suji, actually goes side by side alongside him.
He goes in!
He finds a way around the outside. He's going to try to stay ahead of Wukit coming into the next turn. He has the inside this time. Wukit has to concede that, and now he is down into P7. He's still continuing counterattack, trying to go around the outside. Outbreaks Iqbal Suji, but Iqbal still has a racing line in the palm of his hands and still keeps himself in P6.
Yeah, wonderful move there by Iqbal. And right now, we also see that Taj Aiman dropped all the way from P6 to P8.
That's interesting. I mean, I guess...
I'm not sure what happened to him, but he just went all the way down. Oh, look at this, man.
Oh, there! Mio Hafiz now trying to bring the moves onto RF Ruslan. He finds a way to the inside here. They're bumping and grinding their way through this sector. But now the final turn will be coming up, and Mio Hafiz is finding himself ahead here of RF Ruslan. Now he can start to bring the fight to the podium.
Yeah, we are into lap 6 out of 8. This is the grand final race, ladies and gentlemen. And right now we see a close battle as we approach into the turn 1 of the lap 7.
Swanjing still staying out on track, so he is not interested in going in for the pits though. But problem is, Hafiz Suhaimi is already very close by to Swanjing. If Swanjing has not changed his tires quite yet, he's going to find himself in a severe disadvantage because Hafiz is having a lot of pace after that last lap. He set a 145 there, so we know that his tires are still in prime condition. With Swanjing only set a 2-minute lap. That's a lot of time lost already from just staying out on track. Swanjing, he has to go to pit, but then the problem is he has to prevent Hafiz Suhaimi from being able to get a lead up on him before he has an opportunity to dive into the pit lane.
Absolutely there, and we also see a little bit of change there for Wukit going into P10. Most likely he went to the pit right early on.
It might have been, because
right? He dropped all the way from 6 to 10.
Could be possible.
There, because we didn't get the camera's angle over there, but never mind to that. So right now we see Kai Chang having a close battle between RF Ruslan in P9, really able to hold on to it. RF Ruslan takes the inside line and he gets past.
Yeah,
Kai Chang, that was a marvelous move by him.
That was a textbook maneuver there by RF Ruslan, but again, RF, yeah, he did come out of the pits because I saw his tires were still very fresh, so he certainly was having the pace advantage in that case. So there's nothing much that Kai Chang could do in this case though. His tires are already very much worn out. He has to go in pit sometime soon, but a bit unfortunate that he had to concede that place now to RF Ruslan. But in the meantime though, for the rest of the grid here, Mio Hafiz is already in the podium position. Taj Aiman is still locked in the battle there with Mio. In fact, both of them are still kind of close to each other. I think they only have a second off of each other, so there might be potential for positional change there soon if they could keep this up. But in any case, riding with Mio now, he's already caught up to Hafiz Suhaimi.
Breaking point comes in.
Yeah, he's closing in very nicely after that first turn, so he's again trying to set up another overtake here in the second sector. Let's see if he can make it work.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, we are here in Autopolis International Racing Course. This is the Toyota GR Racing there, of course, and it's absolutely insane because I'm going out of words at the moment right now because this is absolutely insane of a race. We saw how Mio was battling for the P1 earlier on between Taj Aiman, and this time everyone wants to battle for the points.
Yeah, indeed, Hafiz Suhaimi is still holding on through the second the second sector right now, but Mio Hafiz is right on his tail here. He's going to try to find a way to get around the outside here. Hafiz Suhaimi, he is getting a little bit of a lead here, but unfortunately getting a little bit wider, allowing for Hafiz Suhaimi to try to fight back
look,
here.
everyone is
But
coming
Mio
close there.
He's taking an inside line coming into that next curve here, so Hafiz Suhaimi might be in trouble if he cannot find a way past Muir, but Muir just accelerates his way past him to get into P2.
This man is absolutely fantastic, man. He came all the way from the back and he is into P right now. But he is also being pressured by the P4 and P5. And looking at the other standings on the backside there, we also see Kai Chang drop all the way to P10.
Yeah, indeed. So that's the thing. Like, even Wicked at the moment, he did
He's
go
not
into
having a
pits.
good time, man.
He's not having a good time, but he did go into the pit stop, so now he should have a fresh set of tires. He still needs to climb quite a bit now in order to get some points back for this race. But for now, though, really the battle is going to be between Muir Hafiz and Swan Jing. For Swan Jing, he did manage to go for a pit stop, and he still is staying in front here right now. He's able to set a 144, so his pace is still relatively good. But Muir Hafiz, I'll tell you what, his racecraft is pretty much on point here, and I'm really hoping to see that he'll be able to bring a battle to the front. But in the meantime, though, he's actually kind of holding back the rest of the grid here. Hafiz Suhaimi and Iqbal Suji are still following closely behind Muir. Muir is still not able to pull away. Yeah.
Well, that is what it's all about, ladies, and that's what racing is all about. You make mistakes, you fly out. And here is Mio. It's a brilliant move by him.
Well, he's struggling a little bit through the sector now, surprisingly, even though he managed to make that the move on our fifth look kind of easy. So perhaps he might have pushed a little bit too hard. Maybe his tires are a little bit warm, a little bit too hot right now. So it's probably not giving him the grip that he expects right now. And this actually is playing in quite well to Hafiz Suhaimi, because now he's finding himself in the counter attack. Nice move there to the inside. Muir Hafiz getting blocked out completely. Iqbal Suji finds an opportunity and slips in as well to get onto the podium. Muir Hafiz has dropped down to P4, but he's not quite out of the woods yet. He can still potentially try to find a way to fight back. But Hafiz Suhaimi and Iqbal Suji and I, one fell swoop, and found themselves one position ahead.
Absolutely. Talking about Fox in the box, that is Hafiz Suhaimi for you, ladies and gentlemen. And onto the back lines, we see Wookie climbing all the way to P8 right now, and maybe he might try to go for the top 5.
Oh, bit of wobble.
Happen. Oh, look at this.
Bit of wobble there from Hafiz Suhaimi, but Iqbal Suji was able to react in time to prevent a collision. But now Hafiz Suhaimi is finding himself in a very tight spot because Iqbal is chasing very hard into this final turn. He will have the trap onto him when he comes to main straight, but I'll tell you what, so does Muir Hafiz, so it's a 3-way battle now for P2.
Oh, look at this, man. This is going to be exciting. We're into lap 10 out of 18, and we are going into the turn 1.
Defending fell so hard there. Muir Hafiz, though, he's still able to slip through. He slips past Iqbal and the 5th, and he's going to be able to get up into P2. What a move there from Muir Hafiz. 2 places in one simple overtake.
Man, he just came from the back, and he takes the lead into P2. And I would say pretty much Shantan needs to watch out right now.
Yeah, he has to be very careful because he knows that even though he got past them, it was a mistake that he did when he was leading this train here that allowed both of them to get past. And Muir Hafiz again getting loose there on the exit of the turn. So I think Afif and Touch Ayman. Oh, Touch Ayman getting into the mix as well here. He's up into P4, so he's seeing what exactly is happening with Muir's race right now. He's thinking about making a move, but he is getting chased very hard. He's getting chased very hard by Jenye as well, so he has to think about how he's positioning his car. He's going to let Afif Suhaimi block up Jenye, but now he's leaving himself a little bit exposed. He is still able to find the inside coming into the next corner here, so he might still be able to get back into position. He actually gets up to P3 there. Look at that. He gets past Afif Suhaimi coming in the next turn, and he's now up in the podium. He is having his sights now on Muir Hafiz's P2.
Man, they are battling for their lives there. So we are approaching into the turn 15. It's a close combat between P1 to P4, and on the back, we still didn't see much of a change. It's still working on the P8. P5 is Jenye, drops there. Iqbal on P6, and that's not much of a changes. So we are heading into lap 11 soon.
Yeah, so Muir Hafiz having a comfortable lead going into the main straight. Touch Ayman now has to defend against Hafiz Suhaimi, but the thing is now both of them have to go into the pits. They have used up the tires here, so now Hafiz Suhaimi is still able to continue, but Jenye now finding a good trap off of that back of Hafiz Suhaimi. He's going to find himself slightly ahead. He turns in just in time here to close off Hafiz Suhaimi, but Suhaimi is still not letting go here. He still wants to take back P2. He has the inside coming in this kink here, but he doesn't quite find himself in a position position to attack here as Jenye.
Look at that!
Look at that, Afif still trying to find inside, but Jenye blocks him up perfectly. Iqbal Suji now sensing blood. He's going to try to move in as well and see if he can actually capitalize on this little battle that's unfolding before him.
The pressure is on!
Yeah, Jenye is still holding on despite all that pressure now, but Iqbal Suji is still not able to find a way past these two cars. Afif Suhaimi still continuing to bring the battle. He knows he has another opportunity coming up ahead. He just needs to make that breaking point stick.
He's holding on to his position as we see onto P8. We see Kid climbing all the way to P6 right now. A little bit of class compression there and a little bit of bump there, but he's still able to handle it well.
Iqbal Suji, I think he lost a place because of that. Afif Suhaimi now still able to bring the chase. Arif Roslan has already made himself up into P4, getting past Iqbal Suji, who had a bit of contact there with our P3 guy, Afif Suhaimi. So now it's going to be Arif Roslan's turn now to have a go at Afif Suhaimi, and it looks like he's gaining very well in this final sector, so we might actually see him go for a draft here. He can just keep it together until he reaches that final corner.
Yeah, and Arif Roslan still into P5 at the moment, and on the P5 all the way to P10, not much of a difference as we see Rio climbs up all the way to P7, and that's most probably because some of the racers went through the pit, and I believe someone just went in.
Yeah, Afif Suhaimi has gone into the pits. He was on the medium tires, so now he's going to be switching off to softs. Arif Roslan will inherit P3 now. He has a clear line of sight now to Jenye, so it's only going to be a matter of whether or not he can actually close the gap now. We only have 5 more laps, so there's not a lot of opportunities here for them to try to catch up in pace. It's really going to be all about where they finish.
Imagine the pressure they have right now, man. Few more laps to go, and they are battling their lives out in this lane over here.
Yeah, indeed, and quite frankly, like, I'm still watching what is exactly happening.
Look at that, just as we were talking about pressure, they are absolutely glued to their steering wheel there and absolutely 100% focused on the road, because one mistake can cause a lot of damage, and you're going to lose points and also your position from there.
Yeah, so as I was saying earlier on, I'm still watching that battle between Mior, Taj, and Rio. Right now, Rio is leading the 3 here. He's in P4, but I think his tires are still towards the end of his stint right now. But he's still setting very decent times now. His last lap was a 1:44, so he's still got a little bit of life left in his tires. But Mior right now, I tell you what, he's improving his sector 1 and sector 3 times, so he's definitely starting to gain onto Rio. So he's looking to be pretty racy here, especially with this race now coming to a close.
Yeah, Arif Roslan last lap timing wasn't much of a difference from Jenye. It's 1.46398, and Jenye is on 146.730. So he's just waiting for either one to make a little bit of a mistake, and he can definitely catch up.
Iqbal Suji now is currently in P7. I mean, he did go into the pits early on, so it's going to be a while before he's going to be able to catch up, but he's finding himself just locked in this midfield battle here, which really will determine the exchanging of the lead here as far as the championship is concerned, because again, between Mior and Iqbal Suji is only 7 points that separate the two. So if Mior Hafiz can actually build like maybe 1 or 2 quick positions ahead of Taj Ayman, he could still overtake him in the championship.
Yeah, that's a look on Mior Hafiz there. The man himself is actually into P3 right now.
So next round of pit stops.
Absolutely well, yeah.
Yeah, next round of pit stops are already coming true. So Arif Roslan will drop down to P8. Jenye is down in P7 now. Iqbal Suji, Taj Ayman, and Mior Hafiz, they are 5th, 4th, and 3rd respectively, with Mior on the podium here. Rio is in 2nd place right now, so he's in a good position to get a lot of points from race number 2. But the question remains, does Mior Hafiz still have enough pace here to catch up to Rio and maybe even overtake him? Because if he does, though, that's going to help his championship chances against Taj Ayman.
Yeah, he is slowly climbing all the way to the top. Not much of a changes in the back as well, as they are battling for a far away. And we see not much of a good performance there shown by Kai Chai. He's still left behind in a very long gap there, Victor.
Yeah, indeed he is, but I mean, it's going to be very difficult for him to try to make up for that now, because we got very few laps left here, 5 more laps before the end of the race. as we continue to ride here and see this four-way battle unfold before us for P5. We're seeing Arif Roslan getting a good lead up here to Jenye. He's going to try to find a way past, but Jenye still able to keep his car in the way of Arif Roslan's exit. So Arif still has to back up a little bit and wait until they get into the main straight before he can get the draft. It's going to be very tight though, because immediately after that he has to face the fact that he will have face to Jaime as well as Iqbal Suji just ahead of him. So things to have to consider if he's going to try to make the move now against Jenye.
Yeah, he's definitely up to something right now. And we are into lap 14 out of 18. Only 4 more laps left. And we are approaching into the turn 1. A lot of dramas can happen because the braking point over here needs to be absolutely perfect.
Really, that was really tight, but Arif Roslan still able to stick onto the back of Jenye. They are now battling for P6 here, but it's really the points that they are searching for. Arif Roslan wants to get as many as he can, so Jenye is unfortunately going to have to be the victim here of his advances, because he's advancing very hard here against Jenye. He knows that he has much more pace compared to this man. He's going to try to bump around inside. Arif Roslan, he is trying to wrestle away P6. He does it just by a hair there, staying ahead of Chao Jenye.
He is definitely in for it. He had a little bit of brotherly love there by bumping each other, but then he got himself into the position that he actually wanted. And Rio back to P8 there, man. And Mookie,
Jenye breaking a little late there to try to catch on Arif Roslan, actually giving a little love tap on his rear bumper, but now they will try to go side by side here. Jenye and Arif Roslan continue to scrap it out for P6 here, but no, unfortunately he had to break a little earlier compared to Arif Roslan, so Arif Roslan still able to stay in P6 through Sector 3.
This shows how much the braking point is very important when it comes to high-speed racing, Victor.
Indeed, like just a difference of 1 millisecond, it will be a distance of like meters, you know, when it comes to that braking point. So now Jenye, he will probably have the draft. He can just keep closing up to Arif Roslan after the last turn. But after that point, it's really up in the air now to see who's going to be able to come ahead in this P6 battle.
Absolutely. So on board we see Jenye is trying to climb up all the way to P5 if he can. And a lot of change coming in from the back as well. As we see Rio coming into P9. Kaicha, as usual, having a very bad day. And perhaps he might have a chance.
Jenye gets a nice braking out of turn 1. He is able to stay in front of Arif Roslan, but Arif Roslan still has an opportunity to try to make a counter attack because the next turn is coming up. Arif Roslan now trying to take a trap, but no, he had to move aside there because Jenye defends at the last minute. So that forces Arif Roslan to try to tuck in behind him, and that's actually going to cost him quite a bit because now he's going to be facing a lot of pressure here in order to try to make an overtaking move again onto Jenye, but Jenye stays ahead of Arif Roslan coming into Sector 2.
I just love the part where how he blocks him every time you want to make a move there, man.
Yeah, I mean,
shows the experience and also shows how focused they should be, because the pressure is coming from the back, not from the front.
Indeed it is. So now even Arif Roslan has watch out for Rio.
Oh, you gotta watch out for this.
Yeah, he almost had a look on the outside here, but Rio may have an opportunity coming in the next one if Arif is not careful. So he has to keep an eye on his rear view mirror as well, while still continuing to bring the chase here to Jenye. Jenye now braking for this next turn here. Arif Roslan still keeping it very close here. He wants to be able to find a way to get past Jenye by the time they get to the main straight, but it's still going to be a wild left, so he still has to keep in mind that Rio is chasing very hard behind him.
Yeah, he is coming absolutely real fast as he could there. And Rio Hafiz into the final lap perhaps. Now.
Not quite yet. There's still at least 2-3 more laps.
3 more laps, yeah.
So Arif Roslan and Jenye, they're still going to continue scrapping here for this P6 position. Swan Jing has already switched off to the medium tires. He's still in the lead of the race by about 3 seconds. Early on it was about 4 seconds. So you can tell that Mio Hafiz is slowly closing the gap to Swan Jing. The thing is, there's only a couple of laps left.
Oh, look at that!
Arif Roslan having a look on the outside here. He knows that the next turn here is going to be crucial to get on the inside, but he's not able to get ahead of Jenye by the time they finish that second and third turn. So Jenye still has a chance here to defend P6 through this lap.
Yeah, the attack, defense. It's all about racing, ladies and gentlemen. And the battle is still on right now. We are into lap 16 out of 18. And we are only a few more laps away. And let's see who gets into the pole position. A little bit of a slippery move there by Arif Roslan. He's still holding on to it. And here's Rio, who's still yet to climb up to P5, man.
Yeah, still yet to do so. Arif Roslan seems to be suffering a little bit in pace now. His last lap was the 146, so his tires are quite worn out at this point. So he's struggling right now to just even keep up with Jen Ye. I'm not even sure whether he can actually make an overtaking move, but what really on his mind right now is to not lose P7 now to Rio, who is chasing very hard behind him. In fact, this whole train of cars now is just only being held by Arif Roslan, Afif Suhaimi, who's just in front of them. So now it's really going to be a battle of attrition for the next couple of laps here for these fellas in the midfield.
Yeah, Sanjay onto B1, still holding his position there. Pretty much he's having a comfortable lead for now.
Yep, pretty comfortable. I don't see Mior actually making up
position for a long time, Victor.
Very long time. He's gone for pits already. So the thing is that there's not an opportunity again for Mior Hafiz to try to beat Swan Jing to a pit stop. So the thing is that a 3.7 second gap is going to be very hard for Mior to try to overcome here. So I think pretty much that top 3 could be locked down at this point. But the battle for P5 is still pretty hot here. Jen Ye going a little bit wide. Arif Roslan trying to find a good exit out. Ooh, but Jen Ye defending here, forcing Arif Roslan to get onto the grass. But Arif is still having inside line. Jen Ye not able to shake him off. Arif Roslan slides it in on the inside. Gets into P6, but Jen Ye now trying to set up a counter. Getting into the mix. Knocks Jen Ye a little sideways there. And Jen Ye loses a gap now to Arif Roslan. There's no chance for him to try to fight back in Sector 2.
Oh, the number of pressure he had, but then he still managed to hold on the steering there and keep his eyes on the road. And here is Arif Roslan into P6, holding on there. I'm not sure what's going on at the back right now because Rio went to P8 again. How much of a difference, man?
I have no
idea. And now he went to P9.
Yeah, he's in P9. Wait, Boykins in P9. That's weird. No, anyways, moving on here. We're still continuing to see this battle unfold for P5. So this time, Arif Roslan finds himself ahead of Jen Ye. He's now trying to bring the fight now to Afif, who is now facing a lot of pressure because you can see that he doesn't quite have the pace. Arif Roslan's already catched up to Afif Suhaimi. So this next lap is going to be very crucial for this P5 battle.
Very crucial indeed. That's what I said just now. We are approaching into the last lap, lap 18 out of 18, and we are going into the final turn, which is going to be turn 18 perhaps, and also we'll be going into the turn 19.
Yep, so Jen Ye now getting a good line up on that final corner. Arif Roslan not able to find a trap, but Jen Ye does have a trap onto Arif Roslan, so he's going to try to catch up now. Afif Suhaimi keeping a nice, comfortable distance here to break into turn 1. He should be able to keep his P5 position for now, but then look at that. Jen Ye almost had a look on the inside of Arif Roslan. Rio still trying to find some scratch. Oh! Jen Ye getting sideways on the exit, so he gets into contact there with Rio, but still keeps it to P7 somehow and doesn't even get a penalty for it.
This man's a man of steel for me, man. He had lots of pressure early on, but still holding on to the position. That is absolutely well. But then we see Rio coming real fast at the back as well from P8.
Yeah, Jen Ye now has to hang on for dear life. His tires are completely gone now. There's not much life left in them as this is the final lap. So he's struggling right now, trying to keep up with Arif. Yeah, he's trying to push it, but then the thing is the car doesn't want to respond. Rio now is getting a very nice lead up coming through Sector 2. They're coming to break for this turn here. Rio is staying a little ahead. Jen Ye coming in inside, still defensive, but Rio has the inside coming in the next turn. If Jen Ye is not able to get in front of him before the breaking point, Rio might be able to snatch P7 downhill there, breaking it. He goes in the front there, takes away P7. That's Rio now up into the leagues.
Yeah, that is Rio again. A fabulous move by him, and Shanti is having a very good line on the top. He's into P2, and we are approaching into the final turn there, man.
Yeah, final check flags up. Swan Jane rounding the final corner will take the win here. What a win it is for race number 2. Mior Hafiz, what a run up here to get into P2. Touch Ayman falling closely behind together with Iqbal Suji, runs up P3 and P4. Afif Suhaimi comes in P5 ahead of Arif Roslan. Rio comes in P7. Jen Ye comes in P8. Boykin in P9, and Kai Cheng is in P10.
Yeah, fantastic racing by all of these 10 races. We saw Mior Hafiz, even in the first race, he had a very amazing time. And even in a reverse grid, he held on to his second position, man.
Well, congratulations to Swan Jing. A well-deserved victory here. He led the race through and through, commanded it from the start.
Nobody was able to touch him.
No one,
no one was able to touch him.
Muir was still 4 seconds behind him towards the end of the race. That was how much pace that Swan Jing was still able to find. He kept it nice and consistent through race number 2, and that's exactly what you need to do. You know, once you're in the lead here, you have to take command of the race. You have to be the one that sets the pace for everyone else, and Swan Jing certainly has done that for himself.
Absolutely. We saw different strategies used by Mio, especially into the tire. Talk us through about the tire ratings, especially in the race, because we saw lots of different strategies going in, and Mio Hafiz somehow went all the way to P2.
So yeah, so the typical strategy usually is that when you are forced to go on the medium tires for a stint, you will basically use it for quite a while. You know, you try to use the rest of the stints to be on the soft tires. So you basically finish up like a good chunk of your race on that medium tire before you switch onto the faster tire to finish off the race with. But what the Touch Ayman, Muir, and Rio did here was that they started on the medium tires, they finished that off within like 3 laps. So what they did there is basically just push that tire. They didn't really care too much about that tire wear that was going through, so that by the time they're able to make up some positions from the start, once they go into the pits and they switch off to the soft tires, they find they will have much better advantage compared to the other guys who are still staying on the medium tires.
Yes, absolutely. So that's the tire rating details that are explained by Victor, because one of the most interesting part was when Victor was into the last lane. He's like, I'm not sure if the tire is going to hold on for it.
Yeah.
So I was like, wow, all right. So that's lots of different strategies coming in as well.
I mean, what Swan Jing has done here is still prove that, you know, the long stint with the medium tire can still work, but you have to be in front of the grid here in order for that to be successful. But Swan Jing, I would have to say, he kept his deltas very, very nice and tidy there. That's why he was still able to stay in the lead despite going for some pit stops. So well done to him indeed. I mean, that's perfect execution of a race strategy there from our race winner from race 2.
Exactly, guys. So that is the end of race 2. We still have a few more races coming. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be difficult. It's going to be action-packed. So those of you guys who just tuned in, welcome to Toyota GR Velocity Esports Championship 2020, where 10 racers will be battling for the 70K. So right now we'll be going into the talk show, which is known as the race launch. So we'll be throwing it all the way to Flower. Take it on, buddy.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. And that concludes an amazing race we have right here at Toyota Gazoo Racing Velocity Esports Championship. And as being passed on by our amazing commentators out today, we're joined in by yet 2 more amazing guests. I mean, I'm not saying that they're more amazing than the previous one. I'm just saying that they're just equally amazing, all right? So yesterday we managed to be joined in by Tengku Jan, and this time about inviting 2 more amazing professional racers themselves. It is none other than to my right, I would say, is none other than Brandon Paul Anthony, and of course next to him himself is his brother Bradley Benedict. All right, so welcome guys to the show. How are you guys feeling?
I'm feeling quite good. After the race. Yeah. Feeling good, ready for the show.
All right, he's ready for the show. Are you ready for the show?
I'm ready too.
Okay. No, I mean, just clarifying on things. Okay, now here's the thing. Both of you, for those who do not know, both of them are professional racers themselves, but unfortunately, both of them are not actually in the same class, right? So you are actually in super sporting, and you are actually in sporting. All right, and it's different classes right now. Both of them brothers. I would assume that you are the elder one.
Yes, I am.
The one. So is this like a plan where you're going to be in a different class and you're going to dominate that class, and then you're going to be dominating a different class, or it just so happens that you haven't climbed to that class yet?
Of course, I want to be in the best class as well. So we progress throughout every time we're racing. So hopefully to be on top is the best class as well.
So how do you feel about it? I understand you went through the same phases. You were in sporting class before as well, right? So are you nervous knowing that he's going to be there one day together with you? And one of these days, he's not going to be... There's no such thing as family no more. You know, when it comes to racetrack, he's going to be your arch nemesis. He's going to be your opponent. What do you think about all this?
I think it will be challenging. It's a challenge for me as I've been racing longer than him. And for me, it will definitely be harder, as I know he's a quick learner, and I would definitely need to push even harder to try to be ahead of him. Yeah.
I like how nice he's like describing. Now, since you said that, right, it comes to the next question itself. Which one of you two is the best driver in the family? Which one's the best racer? Yeah, which one's the best racer? Is it the brother or the little brother?
I think we're...
And why? You have to say why. You can't just say that I'm the best. You can't say I'm the best, but you don't say explain why.
I wouldn't say I'm the best, but I'm more experienced than
okay.
yeah. So that's
Wait, you're agreeing to this? You're not supposed to agree to this. You just now when you came to the show, you said I'm ready for the show, right? And you were like, you know what? Obviously, you want to join in the best, but don't you think that one day you want to beat him?
Of course, there's a plan, but then I would say that he started racing earlier, so he has much more experience. But I learn a lot from him. He gives me a lot of advice before every race. So at the moment, every time I'm learning, I'm trying to get as much information and learn from him.
All right. May I ask, when did both of you start racing? Is it at the same time or?
no. For me, I started when I was 8. So my dad used to race together with my uncles and all, and he used to send me for I think swimming classes and then keyboard classes. But everything I went halfway, and then one day he decided to bring me to the track to try go-kart, and I fell in love with racing ever since.
Ah, okay. Why? What happened to swimming? What was wrong? What was wrong with swimming? Like you can't explain. Why was it halfway? You didn't like water?
Not really. I just didn't have the passion for it. But as soon as I drove the go-kart, then I knew I had a passion for that.
Okay. He just had to go for the expensive passion. Anyway, so how about you? Okay, he started when he was 8.
I started when I was 12 years old because then my dad and Brandon used to race a lot. They had race almost every weekend, and then me and my families used to go and watch them, support them, and then from then on I started picking up as well.
Okay. I mean, here's the thing. You already saw that your dad and Brandon was basically like racing together, almost all weekend, right? Did you bother during that period of time, like, hey, can I join in too? Like, I want to join the family activity. Like, why not during that time?
Because at the start we didn't really go to the race unless when they are practicing. We don't go to the track and all. Only during the race weekend we just go for watch the race, and then after that, when they started practicing, then I went and watched more, learn more about it, and then I started doing it myself.
Wow. Okay. Okay. Now I understand that despite both of you being in different sporting classes, right? You're in sporting class and super sporting. But there must be a period of time where both of you were actually in the same class. Was there ever a period of time when that happened? Or you were basically always a class above every time he was trying to go up?
No, I think the last month we had one race and we drove together in the same car, in the same category. But we were not competing against each other because we were in the same car. But other than that, I think we have not really competed against each other before.
Are you serious? You have never competed against each other on a real competition? I mean, like not in practice, but
haven't so
never.
far not yet.
I think we were in the same category for like 2-3 times, but both of us were always partnering each other in the same car.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, wow. I think there should be a moment where, once and for all sort out, like, who's the best brother? Who's the best racer in the family, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and you did mention that your dad also races as well,
Yes,
right?
that's
okay, would you say that you're a better racer than your dad? Okay, I'm going to change the question. If, given that you had the same amount of practice as your dad,
I think
is Dad watching? Wait, is Dad watching? Okay, it's okay. It's okay. He's gonna understand. He's gonna understand.
I think I'll be better.
Oh, okay.
We have to be confident.
Okay, we have to be confident. Okay, somebody's not gonna come home tonight. Okay, how about you?
I think I'll be better, but then if he thinks otherwise, we should really go on the track and try it out.
Okay, all right. I have a feeling next weekend is going to be interesting. Probably, no, I heard like from a previous guest in Kujen yesterday that you guys can actually start doing race on real tracks again, right? Or it has started or it will start?
It has started. So the next one is in November. It's S1K. But that's a 9 hours endurance. Yeah.
Will both of you be in it?
We will be racing, but in different categories again.
I think it's about time. Don't you think that it's about time? Like, not just between you two, but together with your dad, to actually go on track and say, hey, I heard what you guys were talking on a talk show. You say you're better than me. Come, let's go to the track and show once and for all who's better.
I think we should have that one day.
Yeah, we should have that one. Okay, I think that's an amazing idea. Okay, now, speaking of this event right here, we're currently at the Toyota Gazoo Racing Velocity Esports Championship 2020, and you guys are real racers, real drivers. Now, what we're experiencing right now is sim racing, all right, sim drivers and all this. What I mean, like, I'm very sure you've gone through a phase where you did try sim racing. Like, was it hard for you to transition from what you are into being a sim racer?
At the start, yes, it's a bit hard, but I think for me, I adapt quite fast with the sim, and I do practice quite a lot. I go to Cove a lot and practice. After a while, it got quite easy. I mean, it's not as hard as you think, and I think it's a good platform.
Did you just say that it's not as hard?
For certain cars.
Wait, here's the thing. So far, all the responses I got from invited guests and for some veterans as well. Like, it took them a while to put a little bit of time into it. So you're saying to the camera right now on live stream that it's not as hard as you think. Is that no? I tried it. It was hard.
If you practice a lot, then it's okay. Yeah. But
okay, this guy's a genius, okay? So he can't take back what he said, okay? I mean, what did you think? I mean, you had to go into all this as well.
I think it's tough for me in sim, but then I think it applies to like all sports. As long as you put in practice over and over again, you keep doing practicing, then you'll be there one day.
Ah, okay. But was it intimidating? Because you're jumping into a world where you're a real racer, and you have this sense of pride. Like you're going up against people who've already had practice in sim racing, and you go there like in the real world, I would have beat your ass. But then but in sim racing, everybody's beating you. You're like number 9, number 10. But in real track, you're like number 1, number 2. It's like, was it hard for you to accept that?
For me, it was not, because I know there are much better sim drivers. But I enjoy racing sim a lot is because if you crash, you can always continue again, no problem. Okay. So there's no damage and all. So that's the fun part about sim racing.
That's the fun part.
That's what I
no
like
cost.
Yes.
No cost incurred. Okay, all right. Any other pros? Any other pros would you say for sim racing? Other than you don't have to incur cost if you accident. Other than you can play anytime you want. Other than you don't have to drive all the way to the circuit just to play. You can stay at home and just press the button and then you can start. Anything else would you say?
I think it's a very good platform. Definitely, like we've seen a lot of sim racers move from sim to real racing. So I think sim racing is a very good platform. Toyota did a very good job with this. It's a very interesting event to watch. Yeah. And yeah. What about you? Pass it to him.
I think for me, when I drive sim, there's like less pressure. I don't feel the heat. Like at the track, you can feel the heat in the suit and all.
Oh, you don't?
When I drive sim, it's like I don't really feel the pressure at the start.
Okay.
Yeah, there's lesser pressure. There's no heat and all. Then I feel too comfortable when I'm driving sim.
We should have. You know what we should have done? We should have like closed the aircon. We should have put you guys on those real racer suits, right? And then you're not allowed to pick up a mineral water from your edge of your seat and drink while it. That's not what a racer does. I thought you're supposed to how do you say this? Attach the mineral water thingy to your helmet or something like that, right? Yeah, we should do that for the next race just to make it more realistic. Okay, we're gonna make sure your suit is around 50, 60 degrees Celsius. Like he said, it's not challenging enough. It's too comfortable. Yeah. So here's the thing. The Toyota Gazoo Racing Velocity Esports Championship, you guys were part of exhibition races. How does it feel to partake in the championship, especially when you're going up against? Remember those real races you were together for the longest time, and then you haven't seen each other for the longest time due to MCO and all that, and then you see them in a different environment, which is not the racetrack, but here, same racing. So how does it feel?
It feels good to meet everyone again after so long. Definitely lesser pressure than racing in the track. And I think we all had fun racing on the sim. And we could see everyone laughing while driving. We could see some of us were spinning off. I spun off once. But yeah, I think overall it's a very fun race for me today. Yeah.
I think this sim racing is a good initiative by Toyota to bring us back after a long break. I think it's where we should start off again to get back the race feeling.
Okay. All right. Now, here's the thing. I understand that the MCO is slowly deteriorating over time. It's slowing down. Now, are you going to go back to real racing or sim racing?
For sure, real racing.
I think I'll do a bit of both. I'll come enjoy sim racing.
You see?
As
So,
well, yeah.
so during the start, okay, Jan made a mistake. Okay, he made a mistake. He admitted that yesterday that when he wanted to do sim racing, because MCO, right, he was forced into doing sim racing. Were you guys forced into doing sim racing, or did you guys had an interest with it even before the whole movement control order?
I had the interest in sim racing. For me, I felt it was fun. I even tried the qualifiers, but I was not good enough. So I'll have to try harder next year.
Wait, you were one of the okay. For those who do not know, the Toyota Gazoo Racing Velocity Esports Championship. The trial itself, the first trial, consists of 720 racers. All right. So basically, you were one of them who didn't make it to the top 20. Right? Did you partake in it?
Yeah, one of them as well.
So you didn't make it as well.
Didn't make it.
Is it- like how far away of a gap were you compared to the last guy in the top 20?
4/10 off around.
4/10 of a second.
Yeah. 4/10
Oh, okay,
off.
okay, that's quite close. How about you?
I'm not so sure. I didn't really see.
Okay, okay, the gap was big. Okay, he doesn't want to say it. Let's put it that way. He doesn't want to say how much the value is.
I don't know
and
how to say it.
I understand, bro. I'll back you up on this. Okay, I'm not sure whether I back him up or it just made it worse for him, but
I think I was about 1 to 1.5 seconds slower than the faster guys.
Yeah, you know what? It's too late for you to give a figure. The moment you say that you couldn't remember, it kind of shows that it was a big gap, you know? Like for sim racing and also for races, right? It's quite, like the gap between each driver is not just 0.seconds, it's sometimes microseconds. So
Yes,
it's like
that's-
really crazy.
yeah.
So you can imagine everybody just having a gap of like, for you also what 4 over 5, 4 over 10, right?
4/10, yeah, from the 20th.
4/10 of a second. So even despite that much of a gap, unfortunately, he was not able to actually join in the top 20. But it's okay. Maybe the next one. You know, maybe the next one if we have the opportunity and more. And yeah, so good to know that he's not going to be with us next year. And you're going to be continuing this pursuit. So we'll see you at Cove. Keep continuing all that. It's good to know that you were actually there experiencing all that. Now, just a little bit on the discussion with the Gujan was that he said that, at the start, I made a mistake. I rented the simulator, the racing simulator, because he thought that the movement control order was going to be for like 90 days. And then the announcement, the Prime Minister came out and was like, we would like to extend it to a number of days. And he was like, oh no, I need to purchase one. Right? So do you guys each have your own racing simulators?
Not yet, but we are definitely planning to get one at home.
One?
Okay, 2 lah.
Yeah.
Wait.
For him, I want-
Wait, what do you mean one? How are you going to...
Wait, 1 is for me, so I don't know about him. Yeah.
I like how you only talk on your behalf only. Like can't you cover? I understand that both of you are the separate individuals, but so, you're in a different, different division. But then, cover your family. Like he's still your brother, So have you had this talk with your dad? Like, you know what, Dad? I think, since we can't race, we should get a simulator.
I think I should purchase one as well to keep up with him.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. So now, I think we've already covered a lot of grounds going on here. Now, is there any other advices you would like to give to people who would like to pursue a career in racing? Because it is not, some people think it's always rainbows and butterflies in becoming a racer. It looks cool. I mean, like, you wear those nice-looking suits, you have, like, a team to back you up and all that, but is there an advice? I'm very sure, like, you have gone through that phase of becoming a driver and the hardships as well. Is there any advice you would like to tell to all our upcoming or interested drivers?
I think the most important thing is if you have the passion for it, you should just go for it. You don't hold it back. And you definitely need a lot of practice. The main point is practice makes perfect. Other than that, yeah, I think mostly it's just never give up. Yeah.
Like Brandon said, if you have passion for it, go for it. And as I said earlier, if you keep in any sport you want to do, as long as you keep practicing, you do it more and more and more, you will one day be good at it.
Yeah, those are amazing advices right there. So, first of all, I want to say thank you so much to our amazing guests for joining in for today.
You're welcome.
You guys have
Nice
been
to meet
giving
you.
really amazing inputs. Hopefully, I'm still disappointed that none of them actually had a race against each other for the longest time. I mean, how long has it been since you've already been racing? You started at 8. So
Yes,
right
I
now,
started
how
at-
long has it been already?
I'm 23 this year.
Okay.
So it's about 14, 15 years, I think.
So you've been driving for 14, 15 years, and you've been doing
6 years.
for 6 years as
Yeah.
well. Don't you think it's about time for you guys to like sort things out and battle it out and see?
We battled just now.
Okay. Hey,
I was ahead.
wait. Okay, here's the thing. They battled out during the exhibition match. Right? So what was the placement?
I came first.
Okay.
And
What happened?
I think we need to go to the real track and battle.
Whoa, what is this? Are you trying to wait. Are you trying to say that if it was a real track, you would have been better, but that because it was sim racing, right? Was it lack of practice or?
I think he didn't practice much, as much as I did. I think maybe, but if he wants to bring it on the real track, let's go one day.
One day, I think you should do it. Having it in a real track itself. It's good to know that we have a little bit of time as well to actually talk about a few things. Okay, now the thing about racing in particular, right? You've already partake in the Toyota Gazoo Racing Velocity Esports Championship. Is there anything that you see potential about what it might become in the future as well? This sport, the virtual sport, because you say that you do have interest. You've already been training a few times in Cove Esports Hub, right? So what potential do you see in it?
I think for me, what I see is that in the future there's going to be, I think, even bigger races, and from there, I think they will produce many young talents from sim moving into the real racing world. So yeah, I think it's a very good effort done by the people here for the future.
Do you foresee that? Would you, how do you say this? Would you accept the sim racers right here will be considered as a real official athletes for sports? Because we need to understand that in status quo, people seem to perceive people who partake in all these electronic games and sim racers as still video games and not really as an athlete. Do you say no to that and you believe that they are actually real athletes? Because status quo don't actually see them as athletes,
I think yes. For me, they are athletes because as you can see, the races are very close and there's big race even overseas. So to me, yes, it is a sport and they are considered as an athlete. Yeah.
But how do you justify? This is me doing a trick question here. How do you justify that they're an athlete? Because every time we talk about an athlete, is that an athlete will wake up super early in the morning, do training, right? Example, you would actually see like famous racers or footballers and all. They wake up super early in the morning, go through training. They have a coach, they have a team manager, they have how do you say this? They have this crazy lifestyle. It must be healthy lifestyle more. And people still look at all these sim racers or e-athletes to be like, they might be waking up in the middle of the night doing training and all that. And it's not athlete-wise. Like, how's your life looking like as an e-athlete, I would say, a sim racer?
Definitely, you also practice. And for me, I feel that for you to drive the sim, you also sweat a lot. And then, I mean, if you put your steering to a heavier configuration, definitely your hand strength, you need to be there as well. So I think, I don't really know about the sim drivers, but I think some of them, they do exercise on and off. Yeah.
Do you exercise? Let's forget those sim racers. Let's talk about these sim racers right now. Yeah. Do you exercise do you go through some sort of a training schedule? Do you wake up early? And is it true that all the sim racers actually wake up in the middle of the night and do training and stuff?
I don't think it's everything is true. But yeah, I think we do exercise. I go to gym. I have a coach to train me on my stamina and all. So yeah.
That was him defending himself. He never said nothing about you, so you have to explain yourself, right?
Most of the times we are around the same. We have like the same personal trainer and all, so we work out together. So that's why when I go racing, we are like really close. The way we all work out and all, it's all the same. So that's why we always can share information. Like it's quite similar to what we do.
Do you really share information? Do you really share information with each other? Like, let's say, for example, I know one day you're going to be in super sporting class, right? Do you really share information with each other knowing that you guys are competitors? And you guys are living in the same roof as well. Like, do you really do? Like, knowing that he's going to take advantage of this information to make it better?
For me, yeah, I'll definitely give. He's my younger brother. And, as you get older, definitely the sponsors will always look at the younger ones. So for me, I would definitely share what I know, any tips or any advice to him, so that in the future he can be better than me as he's younger. So for me, there's nothing to hide. I'll just give him all my data, my tips, and everything else. Yeah.
I think on track we can race like full mode race, but off track we can share our knowledge and all. help each other so that we can both be on top together.
I don't think that can happen. You know, there's no such thing as two people standing on the podium purpose. But anyways, thank you so much to both of you guys for joining us today. And you know, as much as they say they share information, we don't know that's true lah. Whether they're sharing everything, you know. But me, I'm not judging anything. But anyways, thank you so much for those tuning in to this amazing talk show we have for today. And be sure to tune in and continue tuning in to the Toyota Gazoo Racing Velocity Esports Championship, because after this we're going to continue on with 2 more tracks for our grand finals. Of course, we have yet another exhibition match with some celebrities from Toyota Gazoo Racing. We'll be right back after the commercial breaks.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, this is the Toyota Gazoo Racing Velocity Esports Championship 2019, brought to you by UMW Toyota Malaysia and Co. Esports. It is going to be 70,000 ringgit prize pool that's up for grabs. It is racing! Arul Roswan having a very good start there. He's going to be starting on the front of the grid right now, pushing towards the end there. They're going to have to break hard.
They're going to be gutting it quarter to quarter, but it looks like he's going to win this match. No! Will he be able to make it though? He still has the 0.1 seconds. He will come across the line. Will he make it? No!
He lost it, man. 657 total racers have fought against each other, and now it's time to separate the chaff from the wheat, and it's going to be something of an interesting day.
These 5 will potentially be your grand finalists! What a race that is going to the end! Alvin was able to get second place based on the slowdown from behind.
Toyota, all about the drive.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Toyota GR Velocity Esports Championship 2020. Alongside with me, Matthews Isaac and also Victor Cass. So the race just ended. What a race it was, man.
Yeah, it was a really interesting one. I mean, again, given that it was reverse grid, you know, there was a lot of opportunities for the guys who didn't do well in race 2 to make up some points, and I think Swan Jing just ended up becoming the biggest winner of them all, you know, just taking the lead during the middle of the race there and just kept it all the way to the end. But lots of gains for sure from Muir Hafiz and Touch Aiman, you know, they managed to fight their way through the grid, get all the way up into 2nd and 3rd respectively, so well done to them. But yeah, I mean, it's still going to be a long championship. We still have 2 more races to go.
So it's still under investigation?
Yeah, there's still investigations underway. There was some incidents that happened during race 2, so unfortunately we're not able to release official standings quite yet. That'll only come in when we are going live again for the next race.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, I guess we'll be starting a new stream real soon.
Yes,
most
indeed.
likely, because we just want to sort out this investigation first, just like the real racing, man.
Yeah, and also like if you guys want to stay notified whenever the stream comes back up live, make sure you give a like to the Toyota Gazoo Racing Facebook page. Sorry, the Toyota Gazoo Racing Malaysia Facebook page, I should add. And once you have done that, you will be notified immediately once the new live stream is up, so you'll be able to join in and get back into the action for race 3, race 4, and of course everyone's most awaited race, the exhibition race number 2, where you're going to be having our celebrity versus gamers match.
Exactly. So we also have giveaways. It's going to be the Toyo tires and also the most weighted PS4. So stay in the stream as we start. And also, as what Victor said, do like and also get yourself notified once the stream is up. And pada orang yang sedang menonton sekarang ni, anda mesti dah tanya, di manakah tim-tim bosku kita ni, Daddy Hood, Penjahat, Solos, di manakah mereka? Mereka akan datang selepas habis stream yang kita nak end sekarang ni, and we'll be bringing you guys a new stream. They will be there. So it's going to be the celebrities up against the racers. Kita ada siapa? Kita ada Jananik, kita ada Kai Bahar, kita ada Nabila Razali, penyanyi, dan bersama dengan Wani Hasrita, Nabil Ahmad juga yang ada berada dengan kita sekarang ni. And also Sean Lee, YouTuber dan juga seorang drifter yang sangat-sangat terkenal di Malaysia, Akio Takiyama daripada Toyota, dan orang ataupun the person yang kita sangat-sangat menantikan, iaitu Daddy Hood, Penjahat dan juga Solos daripada pasukan Bosskurr, dari Mobile Legend ke e-racing. Kita tunggu dan lihat, because we'll be coming back real soon. Stay tuned, don't go anywhere. Get yourself notified, we'll be coming back real soon. Goodbye.
Nice.